Aw, man. Sorry, I missed
Lucky
the
you are
preamble. There was a little bit of lag on Audacity.
Lucky, you are literally so
Mr.
lucky.
Lucky
I
yelled
was
at us.
about to say something that would have gotten this completely
That's why he cut us off. Hi, welcome to Rain. 59, almost nice.
Almost nice.
It's like a sad hand job.
Sounds like you're still fighting the third sneeze. Chat, you don't need to know anything. Just know that we have fun here. We're talking about stuff, but now we're shifting into rain mode. Part of me shifting into rain mode is to remember to give a shout out to our patrons like Adam Heartblast OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos Dragon, JD Vaneth, Crystalite, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Trevor, and Varen the Crow. Thank you very much for your support. Patrons, support us on Patreon. I'm going to have to get up and open my windows soon because it's actually cooling off outside.
Oh, it's not true.
But that's later.
September, baby!
Which is good also because it's fucking hot. All right, okay. So, we're beginning with some stuff. Technically, I guess, because this is kind of like a between-session catch-up, but we should say for everybody, hey, how's Logi bought Unbalanced Economy?
Whoa.
So you get +2 treasure doing 6 months out of the year, which is going to be summer, fall, and -1 treasure the other months of the year, which will be winter, spring.
Sounds about right.
Because in winter, it's fucking cold, and in spring, it's working up. And do keep that in mind. I think you guys already blew through all your treasure, either making rolls or buying from Enemita, but we're still developing. It's not technically the new month, so we reset yet, because we still are in blob time.
Blob time!
Yeah, we just can't do...
It's an ambiguous number of weeks in between Spring 3 and Summer 1 that we'll get to.
I got nothing else besides, I think, you lecturing me more, but I think other people get that same lecture, so there's nothing to it.
There's a few different things. Well, actually, I was going to say, we should start off with, hopefully, my last batch of letters for a little bit. But actually, where we need to start is not there. We need to start with Konrad. Because you did remind me, and I did let that lapse. So, Konrad, you were previously attempting to be examined for mastery with the Blacksmiths Guild?
Yeah, mastery or whatever. Like, Konrad is not as confident as with his work that he's just going to go directly to masters. So,
no, that's I swear to fucking God.
Though he does have his sword now to also show them. So,
yes. I'm not unconvinced Dallas can't hear us. I don't know if he's real.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, can I join you in the punching?
Eventually, we'll just crucify him.
Actually, Dallas, are you eating right now?
Nope.
See, that's what I thought. Dallas ain't eating. I think it's just some weird-ass background noise between his like keyboard or clicking his mouse.
God damn.
I mean, it sounds like he's just kind of scribbling, but
yeah,
I don't know what that could be. If it's hot, I mean, I can't...
It sounds like eating. That's what set me off.
Nah, trust me, I know.
No, he's not eating. I promise you.
It was just.
I'm actually a fairly quiet eater.
Yeah, no, we don't hear
with
Dallas.
The eating part, not with the clanking.
Yeah,
I clank a lot. I clank a shit ton. I will cop to that.
I made a slight eye narrowing there. All right. Anyway, yes. So yes, with your application, I mean, I think it's pretty plain to the guild that clearly, Konrad's not an apprentice anymore. I don't actually know if we formally counted you as a journeyman before, but that's obviously, like.
I mean, before
kind of
now, he's never really interacted with the actual blacksmithing guild. He just has learned up at Stone Earth.
Let me actually see if I have. Thank you, Windows. Let me check my trade guild notes if we got any. About some funny states.
Honk. Wait. Yeah.
Honk time approaches.
You're approached by a duck.
No.
I will pet it. And hope it is not a gander.
Yeah, sorry, I was just double checking my notes. No, I don't have any particular kind of like rules for patroning. I think that means that regardless of exactly where Konrad probably started this process is kind of just a loosey-goosey feel it out. You have basically probably submitted sufficient pieces between the actual pieces you rolled and submitted. And also you produced a very nice sword for yourself. You assisted in producing several of the swords, bucklers, and other accoutrements for the future Fifth Company. You have just, spent a couple of the weeks in spring working on, knife blades, axe heads, and stuff for the Fogvale expedition.
Yes.
Though nobody is saying that's what you're making those for.
For trade. With who?
Yes.
You don't need to know.
But that basically means that you've probably covered all the basics. The way a test of mastery basically works is you produce what are called masterpieces, but sometimes they're like specific singular works. Other times it's just like, hey, can you make a really high quality, like 5 to 10 different things that we normally make? And I'm pretty sure you've blocked that all out. So the guild can definitely accept that you are producing fine masterpieces. Now, there is nominally a fee to get promoted. So, do you have at least Wealth 1 still?
Yes.
All right. It would be a Wealth 1 fee.
Yeah. Could definitely pay that.
To have it be appropriated for mastery. An application fee, a stamp fee, something like that. But yeah, if you're willing to put it in there. I will say, normally, Konrad would probably know this, there would normally be a little bit of politicking, like a little bit of back and forth with the actual other masters, but you are a landed gentleman and still technically the heir to this house, so nobody seems to really want to ruffle any feathers before summer court at the Smith's Guild, especially not since Inos has technically been not in public quarters, but you have been arguing against the mining guild recently.
Yes.
Again, I don't think there's been any public vibes or anything, but definitely the blacksmith guild would not want to be in a similar level of graces. So yeah, they are willing to approve you and count you as a ranked as a master among the Blacksmiths Guild. That functions exactly like Enos's Master Goldsmithery. So there is actually the Master Craftsman title. In,
I remember
the book.
It was posted at some point. Yeah.
I can tell
I
you.
believe that means that your wealth can't fall below 1.
Yes, and any goods you create with said skill are treated as 1 wealth higher.
Yes, which obviously works for selling them, but also just works for their general value and how high quality they are.
Yeah.
Probably also means I officially register like my maker's mark and all that stuff. So.
Yes, they would actually take down like your signatures, your maker's marks, all your identifying markers.
Which would be
you would have the ability to, if you wanted to, open an actual a business smithy. Technically, the trade guilds only operate in cities with certain like trade charters. If you're outside the cities, that's cottage industry, and that counts. But if you did have long-term plans for Sjorberg to become a castle town, that would mean that you could, run an officially gilded smithy in the keep or in the town yourself.
That's good to know.
No muss, no fuss, no questions.
Cool.
Also means you can train apprentices if you feel like, but the squad's very busy, so.
Yeah, maybe later.
But yes, that is that.
Very good.
Congratulations, Konrad. I now have the dreaded, by which I mean anticipated, letters.
I'm about to say, I love getting letters.
So, step the first. And this one's an official correspondence, so I might read this one out loud for the sake of the listeners at home and also for the group. But the first note here is from... Yeah, actually, I forgot to finish form of address. Did we just sign it? Yeah, we just signed it. I'm Dramatis again.
We go into the Shadow Vale.
Yeah.
It'd be like that.
I'd rather it said Shadow Vale.
I wasn't gonna say anything. I can't talk. Literally, I can't talk.
Shargbarg and Harguldarg.
Fog Pass is actually a name of a location.
Yeah, I was mixing Shadow Pass and
Fogvale.
Fog Vale.
Shadowvale does sound like a very cool place.
Many spooky...
I think that's already
Or
a
a
place.
Yu-Gi-Oh card.
I think that's also
I think
that's a
there's,
D&D place.
Yeah, I think there's a really powerful wizard there also. With a big beard.
All right, yeah.
Where's that Shadowfell? Whatever. It's
No, the Shadowfell is a dimension, a plane. Okay,
Yeah.
this is posting as a message. Anyway, I will read this one out loud.
Woo!
Can I sound sufficiently Icelandic?
I
A
can't.
little bit. But this is from Lady A. And it reads, to Marquess Leslok Logi, steward of the note. And she's got two phases on this. She says, starting actually, I'll write one message to summarize my correspondence both with my sister Maja and with His Majesty the High King. Firstly, as Countess of Crag, Shield of the North, I graciously accept your diplomats and ambassadors. Your new Master of Ceremonies has certainly been busy, hasn't he? Sadly, the Sons of Crag are not gifted with an excess of eloquent speakers and prodigious writers, with our stoic natures and the like. Since I cannot pack all of the good hospitality of House Dernwich into a traveling trunk, I shall have to make do with what vassals my house is afforded. Though I shall make sure to send along some fine honey and ice wine to celebrate your upcoming marriage. It sets a high standard for my own house to compete with. I could attach to you a minor cousin of House McCrag, Yokul McCrag. His standing is not very high among my banners, but he makes up for it with his mind. He is one of the rare few of my vassals who was able to study the King's Law and the liberal arts at the Royal University. And as such, he already possesses the courtly manners of the capital and should have all the education and history required to represent the interests of both myself and my people to the court of Logi. He shall probably get along swimmingly with your right honorable Sir Doctor. I will say that Esquire Yokul has insisted he is too minor for a cavalier, so please look out for his safety. He has taken a single manservant with him as well. And then after a break on the new sheet, she continues. On the subject of the Fog Vale, on this I have several thoughts. Obviously, I am the Lady Warden, so we are tasked with maintaining the fringes of the King's lands, which would be dispensing monstrum and other dangerous beasts which threaten the public. The office has floated purging, in quotes, the Fog Vale numerous times in past years, but lacks sufficient funding and force for it. The King's Rangers do not generate sufficient economic power outside of catching poachers and occasionally organizing hunts on public land to fund any such operations. So our efforts as the king's peers will have to focus from elsewhere, unless you should wish to build a toll road to the Fog Vale. However, sorry, I lost my place. I'm looking for the however. Capital, there it is. Any people there on the king's land, which would mean that unless we can reconstruct some sort of legal continuity with House Vielter, they fall under the jurisdiction of the king's rangers and the crown constables. Unless we petition for military intervention with the Lord Chancellor, or accuse them of harboring maleficarum, which would involve the Sanctum Inquisitorius. Since at the moment, none of these options sound particularly appealing for the crown or the high houses of Norlon, we shall instead handle this matter as the Norlish dominions who decided to seal the borders long ago. There have been rumors of occasional arrests of lawbreakers who cross the western border of the mountains, the ranges known as the Dragon's Horn and the Giant's Wall. This is primarily domain of House McCragg along my border. They do not note any unusual activity, but that immediate area was hit hardest by the Night of Fire. The route by way of Castle Polari and the Northwind Pass have not been opened in some times and is behind layers of fortifications. Though my sailors know of a few routes by sea, these are usually traversed by brigands and pirates, though many of these are fugitives from Crag itself. If you are planning another expedition, I would like to send a few of my own representatives. My known Airless is a trained ranger and constable and should have sufficient knowledge to bring me back accounts. I would prefer to send her with a stout soul like the scion of House Bodaxi, but I understand that your intent is not to appear warlike, so her friend and ally Lane Fishgrief will suffice. I can arrange for them to meet you in Stonehearth or the Silver Tower before your operation. Mule Lake, Lady Ward, Mistress of the Hunt, Lady of Togaveg, Lady Commander of the King's Rangers, High Constable of Crag.
Bam. We should probably... Well, we can probably talk about it later. Do we want to get through the other latest first before we start discussing responses and whatnot?
Probably, yeah.
I warn you, the letter to Inos involves more exposition because he asked for more exposition.
Well, you don't have to read that one out. Well, we don't have to read that one out loud.
No, I have to read that one out loud, but I will involve me posting some fucking knowledge on you.
You can cliff notes that one, I think.
I'm hunting in my...
But, I don't...
Let us put that here.
Some knowledge.
Yokul McCragg, Ambassador to Teine.
I think besides Yokel showing up, I don't think anything else is that far different from what we expected.
No, I expected some sort of diplomat. I wasn't expecting one. I was expecting a couple, but as the good Lady Warren said, the House of Egg are not known for their, courtiers and diplomats.
Yeah, she basically brought up that their way to do diplomacy would be hospitality, and she can't exactly put that in a trunk, loaded in a cart.
Nah, we're gonna show.
Can't send you a party.
No, we shall see to getting good Esquire Yokel well settled.
Let's see how good of a drinker he is.
Sorry if you heard that. There was a spider half asleep crawling across my floor.
Freaking skittering.
I'm asleep.
How dare.
Yeah, I was, just stumbling around, legs in. Anyway, continue.
Drunk.
Yokul McCragg. That was the first joke I was going to make, but then I was like, drunken spider? Come on, man.
Maybe he got into some of your
Sleepy
coffee.
Spider.
That can't even kill a spider.
Anyway. Yes, Yokul is coming. Other thoughts about her entry, because kind of just laid some facts and figures upon you about the Fog Vale.
No, it's true. Well, honestly, I'm taking out this. While there is probably a lot of jurisdiction and whatnot here, it is probably way too expensive for, the king to actually get involved. So, handling this more on a local level first is probably way better. Especially since we don't know anything. And
yes, Countess Mule did... The tone of her letter is very clearly sarcastic. She did remind the Marquess of several options he has to remunerate from the Office of the Crown. However, she seems to be of the opinion that those ideas are not good.
No, I agree.
She does not have the money as commander of the King's Rangers to police an entire fallen province. because the King's Rangers are supposed to, police roads and public lands between the domains of the lords, the high houses.
Yeah.
And your alternative would be to call for to say there's a military crisis in the Falkvale, which would mean you would have to invite the Lord Chancellor to take command.
I don't want to do that either.
I'd spare that. Thank you.
No, we're gonna handle this as a matter of as a Norland problem
Diplomacy.
and push through with diplomacy. Exactly. Yes.
And so she intends to add Airless and Lane to your expedition.
Let me note that on the calendar.
Yay.
Real quick. I don't see any reason why we should say
She
no.
wanted to send
Blood Axie, but
but
he a big boy.
yeah.
Oh,
I know you wanted to see him. You'll see him at Summer Court, but
yeah.
like I said, Mule is a little concerned that sending that guy might appear too warlike.
I'm just like shifting my head, being like, I'm not sure what to say to that.
He does give off those threatening vibes.
He's actually, I don't remember if he's appeared on screen since the time skip, but he was already the largest lad I think you knew pre-time skip. Like, out of all the heirs of houses you met, he was probably the biggest, buffest guy you met.
Yeah, because
And
he's
now
I
it's been
believe,
3
like,
years.
yeah, he's like as tall as Konrad, but like also been hitting the gym much
wider.
more.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the only other like core facts that you guys might want to know is she called out some geographic locations. They've got kind of a eastern / to them western mountain range, Dragon's Horn, Giant's Wall. Mostly that's Klein Crag, but they don't use the Northwind Pass. Sailors of House Eich apparently know how to go around the north end, but apparently them waters are full of brigands and bandits and pirates.
Of course.
Well, we still do have to work to contend with those raiders of the Ivory Coast, but
Yeah.
maybe when we actually start putting together some sort of action against them, we can ask for assistance from House A. Don't want to necessarily get the King's Navy involved unless we have to, because that means we're gonna have to deal with Baroness Marin, and that's another thing I don't want to do more than I have to.
I have to go discuss her about making a fort in like next month anyway. So
Have fun with that.
A couple months. Yeah.
by Summer Court, or at least discussions will be started about that.
But
True.
overall,
We'll have some big planning stuff for Summer Court.
But overall, I think the Marquess should basically send a response saying, accept Airless and Lane, have them meet us at Stone Court. Let them know that we were going to be actually departing pretty damn soon. Within the first weeks of summer. Probably place it as that. And so if they can meet us at Stonehearth, that would be good. So we can, make sure we have all the assets at Stonehearth at hand for any last minute things we may or may not need. Findings,
Very well. Yes. I don't think we need to probably
I'll just
handle a big
I'll write
response.
that. I have like 3 in expert writing. I think I can get something like that done like in literally 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It'll be that. Yes, you just pen her in it. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So I do think that's everything with this note in particular. Anything else we want to note from it? Nope.
Well, the notes that
We will probably have Jakul in all of the bigger council meetings. I'm not sure if we'll have it in the private circle, but we'll worry about that when we get there.
He is an ambassador.
Blasted.
I'm pretty sure he will take up residence in Hjorston Keep, the Castle Stonehearth.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Right. I guess before we move notes, to briefly describe him when he appears, Yoko McCrag is a little different from a lot of the cragmen, the Northlanders you've seen. He's a little thin. He's still very pale pale blonde hair, ice blue eyes. He's a little more baby faced than some of them you've met. You know, he's probably got a very, very closely trimmed beard. Does wear some spectacles for his bad eyesight, don't you know?
Don't you know?
Dresses probably in, you know, they're very finely made, but in probably the I say modest robes of a scholar, less a courtier. But yes, he was addressed as Esquire because he is a student of the law, the King's Law, and also studied at you know, the Royal University and the Royal Lampcare Society. So he knows many things about normal academic subjects.
Okay.
Wonderful.
And he is noble born, so he probably has a couple of extra cool, you know, sick ass rings on his fingers. You know, a couple of ostentatious accessories to show off a little bit of wealth. But normally it seems, you know, a modest and scholarly fellow.
Cool.
All right. Next, because Dallas/Nicola craves the doom of mankind,
He
and
really
I'm here
does.
to.
I
am here to oblige.
What?
Nah, man, you're just here for the drama, and I love it. You receive a
Your
letter
doom-
back
your doom is
from
here.
the Prince II.
Yes, this.
Because you said you talked about nerd stuff.
That's you.
Thank
I
you.
did not assume that you broke OPSEC and said specifically what things you may have been translating or digging up or anything, but I would assume that you were talking about the various academic projects you've been working on, which is a mess of engineering and also
Yes.
proto-archaeology.
No, I said I wanted to talk nerdy to him.
I don't know exactly why Dallas wants to strike up a friendship with Prince Meneas, but I can't think of a reason to tell him not to.
Look, you're building your harem, let me build mine.
Yeah, it's just that I have a very sneaking suspense in that Prince Meneas
hate
might end up
that.
being a villain.
Look, no one's perfect.
It really is just the 6 more years of free houses.
Like I said, I can't think of a reason to actually tell him no.
He's allowed to. He's
Look.
allowed to say hi and engage with someone.
I'm allowed to make. I'm allowed to make poor choices.
You really are. I hate to say it. but you are.
We don't even know what's a bad
That's what
choice
I mean,
yet.
we're
though.
here.
Yeah.
We don't even know what's a bad choice yet.
Okay, potentially poor choice. Look, I'm rolling the dice. This has good outcomes and bad outcomes.
Just because he has
I'm
vibes, he's
thinking
gonna
of
cause a
that.
revolution or something
A
doesn't mean
sinister
anything.
choice. An ill-omened choice.
You'll
Oh,
open
He's
this
just,
side, by the
just
way.
asking what tea.
Plus makes it more. I mean, you do remember that the first person that Nicola decided to, the first people that Nicola decided to go out after, were literally the first people that ever antagonized us. Correct?
I still don't know why you
Yes,
did that.
he was
I still
bullied.
don't understand.
Well, that's because Dallas at the time explained that Nicola likes to be bullied.
Yeah. Legitimately, that's what happened.
Yes.
He heard those words and his eyes lit up like
Yeah,
a
that's
Christmas
just
tree.
you
He's like,
didn't, you didn't
"I
understand
like
Nicola's
this."
kinks was the problem.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I don't want to know.
Well,
Anyway,
then,
what do
but
you
then you
do?
can't ask. I don't know why you did that.
No, okay. But I'm not gonna read this letter because this is not my business, so can I please get
No.
my letters?
Oh, I'm gonna
Yes.
actually need to write a letter to him.
I do hardly recommend writing letters if you can. It is very, very fun.
Yeah.
It's a good role playing exercise. Like I said, it's been really great for this. I think we've
I just
started
need
really
to not
capturing
have-
some NPC beats. I will
I
say,
just need to not have
also,
COVID brain.
That's fair. Hey, fun fact. I think Axe might have mentioned this the last session that went up. But hey, if you're listening to this audio elsewhere, like on YouTube or something, I'm posting the letters on Patreon. They are still paywalled, but at the $1 level, like the audio. But yeah, I've posted our previous 2 batches of letters to coincide with the actual plays going up. So you chat at home don't have to try and forensically analyze these letters from the message.txt blocks being posted. So
they
those
get
of
the
you can read
full
along at home.
experience.
Eventually, you'll
Should
get the ones from
we-
like the previous 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, should I like copy paste the letters that I wrote so those are available? Because I just dumped those in Discord.
If you want to post those on Patreon, you can. Otherwise, we don't have to. We'll
Okay.
figure it out.
Okay.
There's also the letters from like a few other sessions, like the many other.
I
sessions we've had
think the
before,
only one
but-
was the only one that actually happened was because like I said, I posted several. The only actual letters I wrote out was the High King's letter, but also I
okay.
did also read that one out loud.
That one doesn't need to be.
So-
Never mind.
We should have
I'm
all
going
caught
to-
up. It was very big.
I'm going to attempt to write 2 letters for Omega next week.
And the other thing I did want to point out was that because we do talk about this with the whole point of letter writing, there will be a you can now the audience members anyway, and the players if they want to, can now compare and contrast the writing style of all 3 of the members of the royal family because all of them write their letters very different.
Yes. Spoilers,
Very
Linnaeus is a nerd.
True, but also he
Which is
specifically
very
made sure
fair.
to spell out all of your titles, but
Yes.
just wrote his name.
Yep.
He might have a complex.
What, being a middle child of a royal family giving you a complex? No.
I always compare him to Gwendolyn. I always compare him to Gwendolyn for some reason.
Gwendolyn. Who's Gwendolyn?
Dark Souls 1.
Oh yeah, you said that. I'm like, are you thinking of that that twink?
Yeah. Look, this is... I hope you know you're just checking more boxes for me.
I meant character-wise.
Well,
I
Menace
understand
is,
you meant character-wise, but he does also have Beauty 3.
Yes, I was about to mention that. When Inos and Menaeus were, leaning on the railings of the fucking riverboat, fucking painting right there, baby.
With the fucking Vogue shot.
Yeah. But all right, here's the response you got back from Sister Mercedes.
You weren't kidding about... Oh, okay.
And where's my history? Yes.
Alright, cool.
This will also probably turn into a message.text, but yes, I have the... When the letter speaketh to you of the second sheet, let me know.
Alright, let's see here.
I'm putting fucking letters inside my letters now, chat.
Do you guys want me to read the sign I want? It is gonna have Chalice Knights of the Chalice lore in it.
Go ahead.
Whatever you feel.
Alright.
Fire away.
Fire away. To Master Inos, House of Logi. It is a pleasure to continue answer questions on this subject. I admit, I, and many among the house, have always been interested in the history of the Chalice Knights, the mysteries, founding, their heroism, and then punctuated by tragedy. Alas, the great wheel of time has obfuscated facts in many cases. Who would think that Sir Gwenault cast aside his blade and all other trappings? The stories say Gwenault cast aside his titles and lands to journey as a knight errant, for failure protecting the challenge, but I was not expecting it to be so literal. The resting places of 3 knights are known, for they did not enter upon the chalice quest. Dunstan, the stranger, was killed in the Battle of Trivertum, and his ashes scattered on the Lost Continent. I do not know if his sword was interred there or returned to the vaults on Tron. Lohengrin, the Pale, founder of that house, is said to have drowned in the storms at sea when the chalice was lost, and his body washed ashore. It is interred in the catacombs of the city named after him. Sorry, I'm trying to think how to pronounce that. Eldred?
Yes. Eldred.
Eldred,
El Dorado.
the knight servant, and Veritas' steward and Lord Commander of the Knights. Oh wait, did I miss a fucking... No, I didn't. Okay. The Knight Steward was Veritas' steward and Lord Commander of the Knights, and he remained at their keep, the Vigil Perilous, to await the return on the Chalice quest. He died naturally some decades later, and his body was entrusted to the sepulchre under Astrakhan Hill with the other most holy dead. Much of the original Vigil Perilous has been replaced with time, but the parts of the keep are integrated into the larger castle Condunum at Fortitude Hill in Tredesim. Technically, Sir Eldred would have been counted among my ancestor, as his daughter married Veritas' eldest son. For the rest, their place of resting is unknown, as they all disappear to the four corners of the worlds to seek the chalice. Even Sir Sewin, said to have thrown himself from the clouds of Tron at the loss of the chalice, has his fate not cleanly recorded. We can only assume he died, but this was never formally committed to record. Alright, so that was the first bit. I will now continue on with the second bit. I shall relay what I recall of the histories and origins to you, though their mythic nature means they are less than reliable. Some, especially those tied to houses and towns of Tron, are decently well recalled here. Eldred, Logarin, Ole, and Rainier were born from the various clans on the island. Some come from the lands which are now beyond us. Sewin was a member of the Sea Tribes of Norland, and Dudda of the Body was said to hail from the Fogvale. Rodomir was from the Kaleri tribes, a cousin to the... Sorry, I'm still fighting sneezes here. A cousin to the famous twins, if I recall, and if anywhere, Dunstan was probably from the mountains of Medeus, a country of dark stone. Some are ambiguous. Maelus was a prince of the Land of Summer, but this could refer to Celticy as the Isle of Summer, but might refer to some portions of the Grassy. Gonalt was a princeling of the Forster people, but was also a changeling whisked away to the Fae. And where exactly Sir Talant came from in the Maricajin is never recorded. I can say that Sir Humbert, Knight of the Tower, is said to come from the Bareheaded clan of Nolon, which would be House Gladwin. And Dame Freedsweet was a blood shield to win and sister of the Focus Virgo before joining the Knights. I shall describe all of the foundational letters I recall onto a separate sheet and include it with this letter. For more specific researches, you will have to make requests of archives held either by the House or the Royal Archives hosted in various locations, both of which would have to pass through my brother, Lord Verity. He is not usually averse to requests for inquiry. Gods know that the house has fielded many, but there are some who think the quest is a full Aren or fairy story, and certainly aspects of it do not fit within current church doctrine. Still, I hope your quest for knowledge finds you well. As I believe young Lord Kefis has returned to Tredesim, mayhaps I shall ask him, as his favorite aunt, to make discreet inquiries. Sincerely, Mercedes Clarity Verity, Sister Superior, Cygnus Lake Convent.
Alright, and then my bulleted list.
I got so much lore to
yes.
dig through.
Thank you.
God.
It's like
This is dead.
there were so many names and locations mentioned in that.
Honestly, I think my brain
There
just
was so
needs-
many
it's
capitalized
the
words
thing of,
and
like-
nouns.
It's the thing of like writing a letter and you're like, well, she would say them naturally, but I wrote the letter after working from this summary that I wrote in bulleted form.
Yeah.
So you've got also this is my finalized version. I changed most of their titles and I think like at least one name from the last version we checked. So there was a retcon if you're watching at home. Don't at me. I don't know. But we changed some stuff around to make it flow better because previously I think most of them were just titled after their celestial house and we had other stuff to do. So you got Eldred, the Night Servant, which was the House of Brotherhood and the Asterism of the Worker. Older the Chalice Knights, Veritas' foster brother, her first champion, and Lord Commander of the Knights. He had a simple sword named Mechabor. Lohengrin, Knight of Vitality, founder of House Pale, Celestial House of Life, Asterism of the Shepherd, the Knight of Swans, Hunger the Pale. Said that his lover was a swan maiden, which was probably some sort of fairy creature. He was said to be a seer who could speak to animals. But he drank from something called the Hidden Waters and was never sick a day in his life, so he didn't actually drink from a chalice. Which sucks for him, because he drowned.
Damn. That's one of the ways to go.
There's a storm at sea. His sword was the Rote Kreuz, the sword of the Red Cross, and is supposed to be lost at sea. Rip. Ole, Knight of Fortune. One of two Chalice Knights who were female. I thought I had more feminine names in here, but I didn't. So it's only a couple. But she was from the House of Wealth. The Astros are known as the Bull. She was the wife of the head of the Oxman clan, which become House Bison. We have to say it that way. Otherwise, it's just House Bison. Supposed to be tall and broad, strong as an ox. Her husband was poisoned, and she sought revenge, even though she inherited all of his wealth. But, she was the Knight of Fortune, so she donated a lot of her stuff. And she is said to have sailed the southern seas, never to return. Seawind was the Knight of Clearwater, represented the House of Storms, the asterism of the Sea Serpent. He was said to be a descendant of the Moridi Sea Tribe people who took refuge in Trone. He was a rival to Marin Sea Strider. His blessing of the chalice was such that he could track a boat anywhere and sail in any weather. He is described as a sage of water. When he learned they lost the chalice at sea, he threw himself from the cliffs. Nobody knows what happened to his sword, known as Nirskut, or Snake Tongue, which was a curved sword, which had 2 prongs. But when he pointed at you, were supposed to be compelled to say the truth. Rodemir was Knight of the Saddle, represented the House of Family, asterism of the King. He was a prince of the Kaleri, the clan of the Swift. He was one of 13 brothers, so he set out to the world to find his fortune, because that's too many brothers. He ended up in Veritas' service. He was their best rider, able to tame any beast, fastest runner, so fast he could catch arrows out of the air and return them. He rode forth to search for the chalice, and has, never been seen again. His blade was the Hinderschneider. Was a 2-handed, long, curved blade, so sharp it could cut a horse and rider in a single strike. Fidusweed was the Knight of the Tortoise, representing the Celestial House of the Children, the asterism of the Scarab. She was a sister of the order known as the Daughters of Hydrus. She was a bloodsworn shield of King Wyn. So that was all pretty cool. She joined Veritas after receiving a divine revelation. She was said to be the most pious of the Chalice Knights. Her touch would repel devils and exorcise evil spirits. She said that the dragons were responsible for the loss of the chalice and went to the islands of Lagartia and the Stone Shoals to hunt them and never came back.
Okay.
Of course.
She had a long-handed blade known just as the Dragon Hunter and should have been a 2-handed sword, but with her blessing of the chalice, she wielded it one-handed. Duda, Knight of the Body, also known as Duda the Round, representing the House of Body, the asterism of the Raven. Strong, legendary appetite, but a fun-loving guy. He was a source of levity. He was originally from the Boar Tusk tribe, the ancestors, the kin of House Vilter. He journeyed to Trone after casting the runes. He tried to seek the chalice in his homeland, or perhaps the frozen north. His fate is unknown, of course. His sword was originally a short cutting blade like a sea axe, but he attached it to a long half to make it more like a polearm. It then became known as the Fjondklif, the foe cleaver, the cleaver of foes. There was Talant, the Knight of Righteousness. He represents the House of Balance, the asterism of the Scales. His name comes from the talent, the ancient form of currency. You may recall some business about gold and silver talents being paid to Logi Torchbearer. He was a simple orphan from the Mare Cages and was taken by Veritas in her travels. He was the most honorable and fair of all the knights. He gave away every coin he ever earned. He said he could never be surprised and could reverse any ill fortune which befell him. He consulted the Witch Lords about the whereabouts of the chalice. Where they told him to go, nobody knows. This is the thing I was thinking about when Lucky as Inos asked me about their final resting places, and I had to, because it wouldn't be helpful, I had to fight a very sarcastic arc about, man, I don't know. Most of them are mysteries, man. They're lost. But no, there was something productive because some of them weren't lost.
Why am I
he had a simple
picturing
straight sword
the
with a
story
curved
being
hilt.
read
We just called
like an
Good
unsolved
Luck.
mystery?
Yeah. Probably the one that I'm sure you're all curious about. Malewis, the traitor knight, representing the House of Death, the asterism of the Spear. He was originally known as the Spear Knight or the Knight of Victory. Malewis the Black was the youngest, the bravest, and most certain of the Chalice Knight. He was their best lancer and jouster. He was Veritas' squire from a young age. He was said to be the Prince of the Summerland, but again, where that was, don't know. His blessing of the Chalice was to never know defeat, unmatched in single combat. Malus was called the traitor because he either defeated Lohengrin and Gwenalt stealing the Chalice, or when it was stolen, he fled on some personal matter, never to return. Presumably his sword, Conduit, the Black Hilt, went with him. It was a humble longsword, but both the handle and the blade were said to be made with black iron. Rainier the Hunter Knight, also representing the House of Passage, the asterism of the Hunter, also known as the Green Knight or the Knight of the Ash Tree. He hailed from the Foxglove Forest, so that's the ancestors of House Ulfin. Said to be tall, shocker red hair, a hunter's cunning demeanor. He was the best archer and tracker of the Chalice Knights, could see through the eyes of animals, cross any terrain, even the dead of night. He went to seek the Chalice in all the deep forests of the world. His blade was the Solatre, a two-handed hunting blade with a hilt like a branch, sunstone set in it. Humbert was the Knight of Ambition, represented the House of the Kingdom, and the asterism of the Tower, also called Knight of the Tower or Humbert the Siegebreaker. He broke several He broke some sieges during the War of the Lost. He was a master of fortifications. He originally came from the Barefaced tribe of Norlon, the ancestor of House Gladwin. He was always first in the line of battle and was known as the Standard Bearer. His ability was that he survived wounds which would have felled many mortal men. Despite his tribe of origin, Humbert is said to have traveled to Celticy and beyond to seek the Chalice in the forgotten and abandoned fortifications of the Empire. His blade was a simple, one-handed, versatile blade, which he just called Little Bear. Gwenalt, the Blessed Knight, representing the House of Blessings, the asterism of the Flood, also known as Shining Gwenalt or Beloved Gwenalt. He was a young prince of the Forest clans, but he was switched as a babe with a fairy princeling, so he was a changeling, the foster son of the Princess of Midwinter's Moon. What that means, you'll have to ask somebody else about.
Lance and Nicola.
I don't know if he knows the Princess of the Midwinter Moon. He entered Veritas' service when she revealed his hidden past. She was an astrologer and knew stuff. Gwenalt was never the best among the knights at anything, but he, other than being loved by the people, but he was equally skilled in all aspects of knighthood. He was the Chalice Knight's battle captain. His words would shore the morale of any man or beast. Some say that he was in love with Lady Veritas, but, he was doing other stuff. After the loss of the Chalice on his watch, he was their captain. He cast aside his sword and shield and abandoned his titles to wander the world as a knight errant. You already know what Argent Light looks like. It's a thin, light longsword, so it can be one or two-handed.
Fires beams.
Yes. Hey, in case you guys can't tell, Gwenalt is the Lancelot of this team.
I mean, he's literally the Knight of the Lake of the Night. What did I just say?
Yeah.
The Lake of the Night? Night of the Lake, I think, is what you meant to say.
Yes.
He threw some shit in the lake. He was a spooky guy.
I am the lake.
And then lastly, because that's just how my fucking shit worked out, that the Celestial House of Sacrifice is the last one. It's the last month of the year. Dunstan, the Knight of Sacrifice, also known as Dunstan the Stranger, representing the asterism of the Lady. He came from a land of stone. He was a master of songs and tales, in addition to bow and blade. He was the last to join the Chalice Knights. He was the first to sit down at the Vigil Perilous, because there's a prophecy that whoever sat down first would be the first to die. He was an excellent knight fighter, but he could bring men to kneel with just words. He's the only Chalice Knight to have died before they lost the Chalice. He was killed in the Battle of Trivertum. He was said to have killed at least 1 score, if not 2, of Praetorian guards. A score, by the way, is 20. And gave his life to kill a single one of the Imperator's lictors. It was a mutual kill. His blade was known as the Caragator, the Stone Cleaver, or the Caregator. No, it's Caragator.
Peter.
When the blade was drawn, it was said to bring night. Also, it was probably sharp enough to cleave stone, but he lost the tip in a duel. That's it. That's them. That's the 13 Chalice Knights.
Rad.
Woo!
Might have to do some.
If you want to think about things that you guys can, like, action about, I mean, Duda was supposed to have gone back to his homeland. You're planning on going back there. You guys could ask if anybody knows about it, but, you know, if
Legends about him.
the Veilman found a magical cup in the past 500 years, things would probably be different.
No, but who knows what legends or stories may have been passed out in locations.
You could ask about Humberts from the locals, because you know where that guy came from, even that's not where he fell down.
Yes.
And there are, you know, various other things that you could question.
When
yeah,
if we
just
visit
try to
Lagratia, we
make
can
good
ask
stories.
about the one there to fight dragons.
Yes.
Yep.
Like I said, we'll
Thanks
start
for
making we can start making inquiries into hometowns and see if we can find any local legends of stories on the Chalice Knights. If nothing else, just to fill out their dossier / biography. And see if we can start...
yes, to remove the redaction from their codex entries, yeah.
Yes.
And Jade is all scribbled down. You gotta clean it up. Mm-hmm. Also, you know, just once again, there was a lot of exposition there, but to point out some funny facts. Despite the fact that he seemed to be perfectly fine as a knight, you guys probably have some complicated feelings about the fact that Siwin was allegedly a Muridi sea tribesman.
Yeah.
Considering you guys have just gone through a whole thing where, like, there was a fucking blood feud with the Muridi that got Siwin Logi killed.
Yeah.
So, complex histories. And this is also just, I felt, because I did design it a little this way, but I also just kind of, like, fit where it was thematic with some of the knights. I think there is something very interesting about the fact that, like, this really was the fucking United Nations Security Council of Knights. These guys are from everywhere, which means there are legends of these knights which are from provinces which are kaput. Dunstan is kind of like ambiguous, but Duda was straight up from the Fog Vale, and Rodomir was straight up from, you know, Nahal, the land of the Kaleri.
There's the mirror cages and...
Yep, and there was a gentleman from the Mayor Cage. That was at least a little loosey-gooseier. Also, I guess, if you guys are thinking about, you know, great moral and ethical tales, you know, fairy stories to base yourselves on, it also appears that Veritas was a pretty equal opportunity hire. There are both men and women in this squad. There are people who were local to her, people she knew personally a long time. And then there were also literal random guys off the street. And, you know, they all apparently got along and worked together until they didn't.
That's how it always be. Oh, I shall start making
But I will say,
inquiries.
you know, this is just the funny. Obviously, I had to think of, you know, stuff like with Malwis and, you know, the old never know defeat. But that's also the problem of giving your squad of guys magical blessings. When you give the guy the blessing that he can't be that he's invincible, what do you do if that guy decides he wants to quit? He's
Legal
undefeatable.
battles. Even
No, he
legal
can't
battles.
be defeated.
And even arguments, huh? That's hilarious.
No, he just says no, and you're like, fuck, you said no, what do I do?
Yeah, like
But any other questions, expositionals,
Not right now.
concerns
Lucky's
we
gonna
want to
have
raise?
to go.
I know there's a few conversations we want to have.
Lucky's gonna have
Like I
to
said,
go
for
over to this, go over this and start making action plans on that. But
at least one of the conversations with the lady in white.
Yes, Inos did want to pay a visit to the Lady in White
Yes.
and Aethelfer deliver Flower Festival gifts of fine honey wine or mead. I'm not always entirely sure what the difference is.
I think it's mostly just poetical.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure mead is just honey wine, but
Yeah.
there might be slightly different fermentation processes that make it more wine-like.
Yes. But yes,
from references I've heard of it, honey wine references like adding water more so than just fermenting the honey. So I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it could be the amount of water that's added in or something.
Okay, that does make sense.
Could be.
Anyway, whatever is, House Glanwood's, premier fucking honey. I don't want to say liqueur because liqueur is actually a fucking thing. You know what I mean.
Liquors, spirits.
Honey spirits. This fermented, whatever. But yes, sometime around the Flower Festival, Inos will, take a bottle each to both Aethelfer and the Lady in White and engage them in conversation. Very specifically, Inos will be leaning towards conversation about fairy society and fairy court, and maybe get some details about the good fairy queen.
I think for the queen, you're gonna put that one in your pocket because I'm pretty sure several people are gonna ask that, and I think Lady White is just gonna be like, okay, hold on. She's gonna do one PowerPoint presentation and just solve it.
We could write a letter. It would get to her.
I was more related to the situation of you tell it once and basically she just told it to everyone else other times and we just skip over that.
Don't we not want?
Well, she would tell it a little theatrically, so I don't know if she'd want to repeat it so often.
See, that's what I thought, but I'm now convinced the rest of our group don't know if they want to or don't want to associate with the Fae.
Well, there's a difference between associating and understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is fair.
Inos was very, very concerned about certain associations and threats.
Yes. Unfortunately, the powers that be have forced me to be the acquaintance of a couple of Fae. I just can't say.
I mean, technically, that's called being part of the family.
But...
Sorry, by the powers that be, you mean Omega, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's me. I'm the secret. I'm the zeroth throne.
I'm the problem. It's me.
A little about Fairy Society, Enos. You probably get some of the stuff that's regurgitated back a little about what I explained to Leslok last session about what Fairy is like specifically.
Yeah.
Because that is actually kind of important to how their society works. Fairy is the piece of the other side that's located closest to Troycorone and supposed to be closest to Mundi as a whole. You guys don't really get out much, so you don't know what the wider world is like. But they're supposed to be like right there on the other side of the veil to avoid problems, prevent monstrum and spirits from crossing over, that kind of a stuff.
Yeah.
The physicality of Fairy is very specific, with it being kind of like, projections, memories, illusions. There probably has to be some conversation about, fairy food there when you offer the wine, because yes, they do need to drink and they like sweet things, but that's because, they're drawn from nature. Sorry, had a slight catch in my throat there. The overall upper level of fairy is the Aishi, which is sometimes spelled Aoshi. I'll write that down there. That just means, the folk of the fairyland. This is sometimes why you just call them the fair folk or the fairy folk. they all are sworn to the Fairy Queen, and thus, in turn, she grants them their names and titles.
Okay.
Aesilfur's probably a little looser about this than Lady White, because the Lady in White does not have a name
Nah.
on purpose.
Yes.
But yes, that's not to say that literally the Fairy Queen names every single fairy. It's just that to be counted among among the noble, among the elves, you have to swear fealty to the Fairy Queen, and in exchange, she gives you name and titles. This is why several of the fairy knights you have met, the she knights you have met, have introduced themselves as, I was granted the name blah blah blah, knight of so and so. The she knights are, the military arm of the Queen of Fairy. There's probably some origin there in their backstory that, before the calamities, it was the job of the fairies to police up wild spirits and ghosts. Because, the underworld was a physical location where your ghost had to go, so sometimes people's ghosts got lost. And if you get lost, you are then entering the domain of Sylvanas. So the fairies are like, hey, homie, you're lost. Get on the white horse, you're going to the graveyard. But governing doesn't have an E in it. Well, it does, but at the end, the governing fairies, the lords and ladies of the She, get to be titled Lord and Lady. They are, usually associated with places. The equivalent places in fairy do not always match up with, their locale in Troicaron, but, this means there'd be titles like, the Lord and Lady of Under the Hill, the Lord and Lady of the White Tree kind of a thing. The Fairy Queen's inner circle tend to have more elaborate titles which reflect temporal events, seasonal times and places. So you have the Lady of Winter, the Lord of the Midnight Hour. You heard something similar when talking about Gwenalt, which was,
the Prince of the Mid, what was it?
Princess of the Midnight Moon, I think, or something? First Moon of Midnight? Yeah, First Moon of Winter.
Yeah.
So those are all very, very fancy titles. Aesilfur, of course, when explaining, mentions that she has no fancy titles. She is just a squire. She's not even a full she knight yet. But their whole relationship of names is there. And I can explain that one. I think Nicola also wants to take a Lady in White meeting.
Yeah.
What is yours about? Are you also going to ask about the Fairy Queen's origin story?
No.
Well, too bad. You're going to get it anyway later.
Oh God!
Putting you in the movie. I'm putting you in the movie theater.
No. It's like why am I in the cutscene now? Oh, no.
What was your plan? What was your plan anyway?
No, I just wanted to kind of like spitball around. Sorry, my brain is still frazzled.
It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to try and be as formal as Nicola would be.
What Nicola was trying to do is basically kind of like I'm basically over the course of the next like couple of months going to be visiting her to try and get some training on how to get in touch with my wild side.
Yes. I know you're working on your esoteric. Yeah.
Yeah. But
so yeah, that would
I
probably
would
basically
probably
be like
phrase that a
kind
lot
of
more. Yeah, and probably I would ask of like I probably wouldn't ask that the first visit. I was gonna ask something, but that'll be a later support conversation. That's much more of a B plus support than a C support.
Dallas got
Definitely
fire
fire
on
we're
his
playing
ass.
I'm going to ask about his ancestors.
No, you can't prove that.
But yes. Mind
but no,
bullets.
yeah,
I'm already there. I'm inside.
Oh no. No, generally I'm just gonna be asking like training tips, how to like. So I got my blood to do this weird sparkly shit, and I can make fire now. How do I turn it into like? How do I become more fairy?
Yeah, basically, you
No one gave me a
leaning
training
towards
manual on this shit.
yes, leading towards the various esoteric disciplines. You want to understand more about fairy culture from a
Yeah.
very practical standpoint.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got fucking 5
And
glamour. She can do whatever she wants outfit wise. I think I think I'm gonna be unless you tell her to change her wardrobe. The lady in white probably still visits you at Tharfield Manor and Stonehearth, just dressed in a simple white morning dress with a veil.
I feel like it is canon that
Tall
the
as
more
hell, looks
powerful
like a ghost.
the more powerful the fairy is, the less drip they have.
Well, it's all the
Unless
glamour
it's a
anyway.
formal occasion.
Well, yeah, they don't need to show off.
Yeah, they all.
They don't need to, but I feel like sometimes they want to show off.
Oh no, definitely. That's why I said
It's
not
in
a
their
formal.
nature.
So, that said, like I said, I have a extensive exposition about the Queen of the Fairy planned. I know that we are asking several of it, so I figured I would just lump everybody into the exposition.
Let's do this.
And the Loth joked about the PowerPoint presentation. We're pretty sure he's not a changeling. He's just merely blooded in.
No, he just has the blood
But-
of a changeling.
He's ISO 12.
He cannot smile that big.
I will point out the fairy ancestor I had was a formally recognized marriage.
I never questioned the validity of that.
No, he's not. It's not that weird. It's just he's got a little bit of a I almost said slide blood. Like that's a thing. That's nothing. Me. That's you're just saying words. No, he's Nicola is the product of a perfectly normal marriage of nobility and dynastic incorporation.
Omega, I'm sorry to say that, but you said that because it almost sounded like 5.
No, slide. It doesn't sound like 5.
Yeah, no.
That's not even. I don't think that.
I
is
mean,
a
you
slant
could do
rhyme.
a slant. You could do a slant rhyme with it
could
if
do
you
a slant
spoke in a
rhyme,
specific voice. Like, dude, I've heard all types of rhymes. So, like birthday
But it's
and
not a really
first
good
dates
slant
are
rhyme.
definitely. Fucking.
But
Sorry.
Dallas is
I
breaking
just
his
hit
bones.
myself in the face with a pen.
Well, let he who has not thrown the first pen throw the first stone.
Yeah.
But I joked about calling this a PowerPoint presentation, but again, Lady White, the lady in white, does have Glamour 5, so I think she would just kind of be like, that's a story for another time, and then just kind of like gets everybody who's interested in this together and would probably like actually, use Glamour to weave some images together. Sorry, excuse me, I burped in the middle of that.
Behold, 3D images.
I'd probably start 2D because that's simpler, but she can make luminous images and pictures that move and kind of present stuff to you. So she would explain that the mightiest of all the she is the fairy queen, the queen of the fairies. All of them shall field to her. She is the first and the last. And if you wanted to run down all of her titles, they would be something like the ruler of the fairies, the mistress of the Seelie and the Unseelie, the queen of air and darkness, earth and light, the mistress of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, commander of the wild hunt, the lady of Alfheim. She has names, but no one would speak it because that would call her to your house, and she might be a little cross. She does seem to have alternate names and titles and epithets she can use, though, which are described throughout folklore. You might call her the White Witch, the Hunter Queen, etc. And the story that is explained is that to explain the birth of the Fairy Queen, we must say, when the world was young, Lady in White, does some gestures to make this all make sense. When the world was young, together, was brought together. There was sun, moon, and shadow. From sun and moon became sky. From shadow below came earth. Nicola blows his nose in the middle of the movie theater. At least I think that was Dallas's microphone.
Sorry.
Oh. It's okay. I just tabbed over to look, though, and Discord is like fucking freezing. Audacity's freezing? My wheel is spinning? Hello?
Oh no.
Are we okay?
We are not okay.
Computer?
Oh boy. Oh god.
Well, I won't say any more exposition until I'm sure that there is going. Okay. Let me stop that for a second. Discord, you all right? Okay, Discord's caught up. Let me cycle Audacity real quick. Because I think that lagged out, might have lost some stuff.
All right, is everyone else good?
I'm still here.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I think we're caught up.
Okay. Gotcha.
Here, while
Sorry.
I'm waiting for Audacity to, like I said, catch up. I'll actually transpose that. Let me close a couple tabs, too. I probably don't need. Yeah, everybody go ahead and take your 5 to blow your nose, apparently.
Sorry.
Or hack out your lung.
Even Loth got going with that one. I don't know what the hell was going on there.
I was finishing off my food and some chicken went down my throat.
Aussie down! Aussie down!
You're taking a long time to stop this. All right, you know what? I'm gonna, because that'll make it go faster. I'm gonna mute and stand up. I'm gonna open my window and refill my water. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm pausing
I'm gonna
recording.
refill my water also.
And it's back into it.
Back into it.
I have now opened my window.
Yeah.
All right, okay, sorry about that. So let me respec all that and run into it. Because, I'm reading my notes on the monitor and not always double checking the audio. So, Lady White would describe to you that, a circumstance when the world was young, there was origin of land and sky, and then sky and land come together and made twins. This was the Builder and Sylvanas, the Woodlord. They were twins.
Twins, Basil.
And Sylvanas, the Woodlord, was given the task of naming and teaching all of the plants, the beasts of the land, the birds that fly, and the fishes that dwell in rivers. But he didn't want to do that. He preferred to wander the wilds and play pranks on the other gods, enjoy jokes and jests with the animals. such as giving a tiger its stripes, teaching hyenas to laugh and wolves to howl at the moon. Those sorts of things. Most of all, though, he would play jokes on his brother, who was tasked to name every rock, every stone, every glittering gem, every mountain and valley. So he had a very boring job, but still was very important. To teach him responsibility, all the other thrones got together and levied a curse on the Wood Lord, which racked him with pains, weakness, and hunger so long as he ignored his responsibilities, which he did anyway. He continued to ignore his responsibilities until his pains grew so great that he asked the goddess of winter to strike him in the head with her axe. You may recall that from one of your murals you saw. When she did so, the first of the Fae leapt forth from his wound in the summertime of her youth, sword in hand. Spring was her hair, summer was her eyes, autumn was in her steps, winter was her breath. And so, taken with this joke, Sylvanas sprang up, claimed the first of the fairies as his own kin, and gave her a name. The first name he ever gave anything.
Oh.
He finally did his damn job. That's me editorializing, by the way. Lady in White would not editorialize about her patron deity that way.
Sure.
She does comment about how he did love to play pranks and did not do his job.
Sounds like a fate.
But together, they wandered all through the wilderness of the world. They named all the birds and the beasts, all the flowers and trees. She, the first fairy, ran with the horses, hunted with wolves, flew with eagles, swam with salmon. Sylvanas taught his daughter the name of every flower, every berry and branch, the names of each day, month, and season. When his job was done, the first fairy, the daughter of wood and winter, was mature in her age, tall as trees, strong as roots, sharp as a blade, bright as noon, beautiful as a winter's moon. Do you guys notice how I do a series of analogies here?
Yes.
Sylvanas knew that he would be called to his next duties, and he didn't want the first fairy to be alone. So he went to his brother, the builder, who had already hewn his kindred of rock and stone, the Dvirg.
Rock and stone.
Yes. Who I cannot spell the same way for the life of me. Is this a new spelling? D-E-V? Dvirg. But it might still be Deviorg. And I've got truly Devorg here. Anyway. Dvirg were the kindred of rock and stone. He gave them hearts of molten gold, eyes like liquid gemstones. So Sylvanas sought the builder's guidance and asked for aid in making a kindred of the wood, woven from branch, bark, and leaf. The builder agreed, but on one set of terms. He said, "Brother, I shall aid you, but since our kindred shall be like us, close yet apart, we have to come to terms so that nature may remain in balance. I shall leave your kindred unmarked by the hand of time, though grandmother will claim all things in the end, but in return, so that they cannot overcome mine own kindred, they shall quiver and shrink at the touch of cold iron." Sylvanas agreed, had the first fairy gather branches, bark, and leaves and berries in every fourth season using a knife of green glass and an axe of hard silver, brought them together to make the mightiest, the first of the Fae, the Aishi, in the image of the first. But there were some materials left over, so the Woodlord made all the other elves and fairies of all other shapes and sizes. And hence why there are some fairies who are a little weird. They were all given their names and dominions by she, their first and their last, the queen of all fairies. She was tasked by the Wood Lord to guard his realms while he was away doing the business of gods. Sylvanas rules over places which are lost, places which cannot be found. He is the master of crossroads, of open fields, the protectors of forests, lakes, swamps, and hills, yet untouched by man, for he taught those places their names. When the souls of the dead are lost on their path to the underworld, the she-knights of the Wild Hunt are dispatched, riding fairy steeds, black dogs before them, treading on thunderclouds. They mediated between the men, favored of the Sun Lord, and the beasts, between the Dvirg of stone and the giants above and demons below. They fought things whose names are lost to the hand of time. They fought in the Goblin Wars, the raid of the Ghost Cattle, the banishing of the Thunder Lizards, the imprisoning of the Gigantes. For her mission, the first and the last Queen of the Kindly Folk was allowed to pass all boundaries and walk on all lands and speak with all kindreds. She walked 40 days in the Nightless Desert to find the Lost Flame Princess. She climbed the stone bones of the world. She walked 12 nights under the black sun of winter to find the top of the world. Passed through 7 gates of the underworld to speak with the Queen of the Dead. Taught her horses to outrate the chariots of the heavens. In the first stage, she built the original Alfheim, the Hall of the Elves, in a palace of 4 seasons on the island of the lost known as Bujan, which vanishes with the tides and hides in morning dew. The fortress was made of unmelting ice and ever-burning flame upon an oak with golden boughs and leaves of glass. And that is how she came to be in charge today. I think this actually directly answers some questions about the Fairy Queen that some of you had. Do we have any more specific questions?
No, I'd also probably spend some time just like, I don't know, I'm still on vacation. Probably just spend some time like chatting shit. don't know.
I'm gonna need a record of this to reference later.
Yeah, my brain couldn't take it all, but
There was a lot of stuff there.
I did editorialize a little, yeah.
If you want to just give me a handout.
You can read about it later.
This was like something. But when Sylvanas and the Builder were talking, the Builder talked about how wouldn't escape. Grandmother would have him in the end. Was that referring to Dea Tacit or to someone else?
Yes.
Okay.
You're piecing together the lineage. There's multiple generations. You're pretty sure first was, as described, Sun and Moon and Shadow.
Yeah.
Then came Sky and Stone.
Sky and Stone.
Then there was the Builder and Sylvanas. But yeah, so at least according to the history as reported by the fairies, Sylvanas went to his brother, the Builder, for help in establishing his own kindred.
Mm-hmm.
Which technically means, despite their agelessness, the elves were probably a little late on the scale of kindreds made.
Because Sylvanas was kind of fucking about.
Yeah. The Fairy Queen herself was around for quite a long time, but also, again, I think one of you literally had this theory before asking about it. You guys probably don't really have a big framework for, like, the whole, like, demigods thing and, you know, the number of thrones and stuff, but the Queen of the Fairies is at least allegedly a direct descendant from Sylvanas, a throne.
If I understand this, you could almost
She's
say
not a god.
You could almost say that
Demigod?
Well, it's kind of like the story of Athena popping forth from Zeus's headache.
I was also thinking that too. Yeah.
But it's like
that's kind of where I was going with the get hit in the head with an axe.
Yeah, but I guess you could
also,
say that
Sylvanas deserves to be hit. I'm gonna go real hard on Sylvanas, even though I wrote all this, but he deserves to be hit in the head with an axe. He knew what he did. As you guys have seen from me talking about, you know, he is the trickster deity in all of those legends that like teaches all the animals their weird features.
But also, you can probably say that the fairy's queen mother is Chalone, I suppose. She was the one who smote him.
In a sense, I do believe I phrased it as the daughter of Wood and Winter. And
yeah. Interesting.
The Fairy Queen certainly has kind of the affinity of all seasons within her.
Mm-hmm.
But she's never been worshipped as a god, and she hasn't ever sat on a throne. And if you ever would ask Lady in White about that, she would very much say that, no, she is not a god. That's not how that works.
She's just something ancient and powerful.
Yeah. And done, you know, like the classic, you know, 15 possible things before breakfast.
Yeah, no, seriously, fuck.
Even before second breakfast.
I bet the Fairy Queen enjoys second
probably.
breakfast.
I mean, let's see. I dumped all of them, but I'll grab this one, you know, because it's funny, and I like to, even when I'm not writing, you know, Eldritch Horrors Beyond Ye Can, sometimes we have a little. We can have a little beyond ye can as a treat.
No, also just listening to the description of Elfheim, I was all like, "Ooh."
Yes, and
Thunder lizards.
that Elfheim does not exist anymore because of the calamities. The Elfheim that's in Fairy is a recreation, which is not as crazy. Perhaps the island still exists, as Lady White tells it. Bujan was, came and went with the tides, hides among the morning dew. It is an island that presumably was also a physical domain of Sylvanas, so it gets to play that whole, this shit's lost, man. But yeah, this specific tale explains fairies are weak to cold iron because the builder enforced the dwarves v elves rivalry, and he basically said, "Brother, your kindred are going to fuck with my kindred. I'm going to make them weak to iron, so they can't do that."
I'm not dealing with your bullshit, cousin.
I have been here
We're
already.
doing this now.
As a plus side, I will make them immune to aging. Do you accept this trade deal?
I feel like the fake kind of made
fairies
out there.
totally die.
Okay.
Fairies totally can die. They still are technically, in a sense, mortal. They are killable. They can age. Lady in White would probably explain fairy aging as more of a state of mind, much like how long fairies can sleep for.
Mm-hmm.
Which again was something I told Leslok, but to reiterate, elves don't have to sleep unless they feel like sleeping, but then they sleep for as long as they feel like.
That's like what
so
they sleep for a narrative. They sleep for a narrative amount of time.
Yeah, some of those fuckers are like, man, I feel like sleeping for years, and they literally sleep for 7 years.
They sleep until
So-
God awakens them.
Age is similar. Fairies are as, especially the she, are as old as they feel.
So as long as they don't feel tired and old.
So if they feel young, fresh, full of life, they can stay, almost childish for extended amounts of time. But if they start to feel old, start to feel worn down by time, they may appear more aged.
State of mind.
The enemies of fairies has always been banality.
Okay.
You're a banality.
You're a banana.
Banana.
No, we haven't invented the banana yet. No.
Again,
Unconceivable.
I chafe at the fact that we do not have tomatoes.
Disintegrates
yet.
disintegrates in a cloud of no new world.
I can't
No
wait for the joke.
tomatoes, no bananas, no fucking corn.
I can't wait
You
for
guys
the joke
can't
if we
have
think.
popcorn in your movie theater.
I can't wait for the joke of someone sees a giraffe. Is that a new kind of monster? Wait, no, it's actually an animal. What the fuck?
But
Actually, I think you guys. I have to double check if I've written Cameloleopardus. You guys might know what a giraffe is.
excuse me, I didn't mean to do that. All right,
Okay, it happens.
Well, I think that has answered what I want to know. Inos is now more informed on fairy court, fairy origins, and the fairy queen. And he has learned that, probably as rightly so, he thought beforehand, should not fuck with the fairy queen.
Yeah, I had to edit around that a little because in my section of my notes for my future reference, I've got her name written down, and I'm like, nope, don't say that.
That'll make her be interested in like what's going on.
But
What if someone just accidentally says her name? Does that count?
I don't think so.
Yes.
Yes, but also spoilers. She has a long name, so it will be.
Okay, so it's not like.
It's like 8 parts.
Yeah,
it's like
she's not.
name.
She's not just like it's not just Titania or something like that. Or even Mab, which is just 3 letters. You're not gonna accidentally say your name because it's multiple syllables. It's the old cryptography problem. Just 4 words strung together is way more cryptographically sound than any number of random numbers and letters. Just because brute forcing a lot of characters is very hard.
All right, so Anyway, Inos would like to call Aesopher and the Dame Blanche, Lady White, you know, an acquaintance and comrade at the very least, if not a friend. Like I said, they haven't been hanging out that much.
You can call it. You could for sure call Aesopher a comrade. She's a squire under your house.
Yeah.
I was
she'd march
confused for a
places.
moment.
Actually, it's a very good question. You guys have Aesopher attached to Lady Cressida normally.
Yes.
I think we did not mention bringing her along to the Fogvale Exposition. Do you want to bring her, or do you not want to bring her?
Ah.
I kind of assumed that she was
'Cause
going because we have not, moved her on from being
Yeah, she's-
Lady Cressida's guard.
I did not think about it, but no, that would be true. I guess we'll do
Yeah,
it.
no, I assumed
If
she was
anything, we'll
coming
deal
with
with it as
us.
it comes. I feel like the people of the valley would not be alien to the concept of what the Fae are. It might just be kind of a rare concept.
Well,
I mean, she does have fairy mail and a spear of green glass.
oh,
Well, I've got pre-expedition planning.
Enos did have one
Expedition
other
hit
thing
you
he
with, but
wanted.
later.
He
Go for it. Yeah.
wanted to know. He was wondering if Lady White had any of that magical green grass, or even I forgot the name of their magic metal. Fuck.
Metagrease.
Metagrease.
Hard to silver if that's easier.
Hard silver.
Metagross.
Yeah.
And would be willing to trade or barter for it. Because if I recall correctly, during her exile and isolation, Lady White did a lot of home projects to various amounts of success. So Enos would be curious if she had any, special materials left over from such endeavors.
She kind of, I'm just imagining her. She's kind of like tilting her head at you. It jangles her one Metagrease earring,
Mm-hmm.
and she just kind of says, "Sadly, all of mine possessions, which are made of green glass, are already made into weapons. I possess a sword and several daggers. Arrowheads are usually lost, so those are made of bronze. I mayhaps neither as a gift, nor price, but a trade of some sort. Part with one dagger."
What could I trade for a single dagger? What do I have?
Alas, gathering more would require, well, going abroad in ferry, which, as you have seen from the state of my door, is not of a particular enthusiasm of mine.
How many nails is in that door?
Like 7, 10?
Hmm.
To double check. There's a lot of black iron nails. She boarded her door very thoroughly.
Yeah.
I don't think it. In my weird body, it's like I don't think she'd ever a need for an item of black iron, but you could have always made her one. But I feel like she just procure one if you really needed to.
I'm sorry, I don't follow your.
You got to be careful about trading iron.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving her. I'm not trading her. I haven't mentioned. Enos does not show up to her place wearing any metal at all. Well, no iron at least.
Sorry.
Metagrease, as you call it, hard silver, is not so much mined as made.
Made?
As green glass occurs anywhere in Fairy where you would find iron, Metagrease is probably our close analog to steel, your alloys. It is similar to real silver, but obviously is different. Light, tough as steel. shop.
Does she know how to make metagrease?
Well, let's double check her sheet. But I do not think so.
Because it's easier for me to trade knowledge for knowledge.
Nope, she doesn't have that one.
Okay, never mind then.
Also, spoiler, knowledge for knowledge wouldn't work for you because that would be a spell.
Fair enough. No, when you mentioned, you know, you had to check the sheet, I'm all like, that's probably some secret spell, ain't it?
Yes, it's a sorceress method for them to make more metagrease.
Okay.
An elven magic. She is not a specialist in that. Also means that Leslok, you can't ask her to teach it to you either. She was a you know, a she knight, a ranger before, not technically a sorcerer. Which is also why she can only teach Leslok so much about fairy magic.
I still got prankster. I still gonna use this one day.
I know, yeah. She taught you some basic stuff, or let you access some basic stuff to learn. But there's some more like fairy court like stratification stuff. They have roles out there that I have not hammered out all the details for because we're not planning yet on a deep dive into the courts of the fairy. But
I'd rather not.
They seem to have like some of a split similar to what you understand with your nobles of like some elves are craftsmen. I don't remember if Aethelfur mentioned it before. If she didn't, or if she did, she can mention it again. She would say that her mail was made by her grandfather, who is an elf of the crafts. I think she mentioned her grandfather before, but I don't remember that specific. But yeah, she knows one of their crafty type elves who, you know, hammers things out of green glass, bronze, metagrease, etc. They have obviously fairy knights who do knightly things. It is funny that, you know, there were among the fae, you would know because that's even I think is in war form. There are fairies, there are forest fae who call themselves goblins. What you've just learned from that exposition is they're not real goblins. Real goblins were something else that used to be here and are not here anymore. They got rid of them. But some fairies were like, those goblins were cool. And so they take on a goblin-esque form.
What I'm hearing is similar to basically the Sith. The first ones are gone, but we like what they did.
So the goblins' role for the Queen of the Fairies are stealers, biters, sneakers, diggers.
So they're the spec ops.
In a manner of speaking, yes. There's also the fetches, which are employed by the Fairy Queen. Those are kind of her black ops as well, but they're much more personal. A fetch is unbound by the rules of fairy society. They normally have about politeness as far as gifts. And
they're like
when the Fairy Queen,
ops.
when the Fairy Queen needs a thing, she asks her fetches to fetch it for her. This can include stuff like, you know, stealing somebody's firstborn kid, borrowing some horses, anything that she doesn't that can't basically be legally traced back to her. She's like, I hope somebody fetches that for me, and they go.
It's a shame if someone got that for me.
Speaking to Aethelfur and White Widow is fetchers are probably very unliked by the other Fae because they get to kind of fuck around but don't have to find out.
Diplomatic immunity.
I mean, they're deniable assets. If a fetch tries to steal your baby because the Fairy Queen needs it for some reason, then you shank them with your iron knife. Oh well, we lost a fetch. Who cares?
Hey, you interested in working for us? We have a new position open.
You missed.
You
Send another one.
Bring me those.
Inos will probably have to like take a rain trek on the dagger because he has to go make something worthy enough of trade, worthy, of a fair trade for it because he doesn't have anything on him. But I think Inos is going to try and make a fine work obsidian knife.
Ooh,
Yes, I'm
obsidian.
going to certainly attempt to make that.
Yes.
Volcanic glass, it's a thing as people work with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is stone.
Yeah.
So we don't break the rules about iron.
Yeah.
It all checks out.
That's a good plan.
Yeah.
Come
It's
together.
like she said, it's. I'm like, I wasn't sure. Is this a metagrease dagger or the green glass dagger?
Green glass, yes.
Yes,
You're not exactly sure if it means anything, but yes, every weapon that Lady White owns is green glass.
Yes, no, but that's why I want the obsidian. I will give her iron demon glass.
I have, because I have something brewing in the back of my brain. I have a metallurgical question.
Mhm.
Orichalcum is not an iron-based alloy, correct?
Correct. I believe you use copper, gold, and alchemy stuff.
Okay, I'm just making sure because I have an idea of something.
Adamant is also not iron based, but I don't even know what
Yeah,
the
but
fuck you.
I believe
put into
adamant
that.
is less pretty, correct?
True. Also true. Honestly, the base metal you start with adamant might be like lead or something else really dense and heavy, and then you magic it. Anyway, Inos has plans for obsidian.
Yeah, I'll go.
I'm reasonably certain you can acquire the cuts of obsidian you need for a knife.
Yeah.
You can mine them out of the Pitchstone Plains.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Neat.
Yes, Pitchstone is actually a not necessarily obsidian, because that is actually kind of a specific sort of rock, but Pitchstone's another name for volcanic glass rocks.
Oh, okay. Oh, with that in
So
mind,
yeah, they're full of obsidian and pumice.
Inos probably will be sending a note to Lord Wayland to discuss the matter of finding Sandra Good's team upon the Pitchstone Plains, and probably also sending a note to Lord Palak on wanting to speak with him on maybe some more sensitive subjects.
All right. Yeah, Lord Wayland can put together a team. He'd probably be ready to. We are in blob time, so probably wouldn't be ready to fire that off and that research operation off until you return from the Fog Veil.
No, that's fine. He's busy. Him and Lord Palak are busy with the silver mine and the damn shipments from Forrester. So I am
Also, Lord Wayland is semi-busy because basically every moment he's not working on like the Silver Project or the other direct-related projects, and he's not secretly, adjusting his jeweler's glass and rubbing his hands together about the technology affair you've got planned. He and Ike Wayland are probably like flipping over every book and scroll they've got in you've got in Stonehearth or they've got back in the Anvil, just because you guys are constantly searching for more ancient lore. And he's your court antiquarian. He's trying to fucking keep up, man.
No, but Anos will pass along the Myrrh artifacts to him so he can catalog them and do as he will with them. So he can
Fine Teine Brunswick. Yay.
But
Sounds of various lenses and tiny hammers.
otherwise, he leave it alone. But yes, once we get back from the Fog Veil, Anos will put upon Lord Wayland again about the proto-archaeology of the Pitchstone Plains.
Okay.
Anos can, but yes, he would like to have well, maybe it doesn't have to be a private meeting, but have a meeting with Lord Palak. as Inos would.
Well, if it's not a private meeting, who else would you invite? I guess. Like, I don't think it's not a behind closed. It's not a secret meeting, but
I don't think
I
I'm going to
don't know
invite-
if you've got anybody else in mind you'd like to bring in.
I don't. It's just one of those things of like I don't need it to be all like hush hush secret. If someone else needed to speak to Lord Palak for some whatever reason, they'd be more than welcome to come along. But just so I don't like feel like I'm trying to shut people out of what Inos is doing.
But I don't think anyone else. Oops, sorry, it was my mic arm.
Mm-hmm.
It creaked as I leaned back. No, I don't think anybody else has anything for Lord Palak right this second.
Nope.
I'm good.
No, so Inos is going, have a meeting with Lord Palak and apologizing for bringing it up, but Inos would be asking about Wulfric Logi and Lady Enbar, specifically their courtship, wedding, their ceremony, and just their life together before it so tragically ended.
I'm just imagining, you guys are probably relaxing somewhere, maybe with cups of tea or something, and Lord Palak is definitely going to probably, switch to something a little harder.
Mm-hmm.
We'll bust out the spirits. And he's like, "Hey, come lad, drink with me."
Inos will accept the drink.
When you talk about the fallen, it's proper to sit and drink. Preferably in front of a fire. Ah. My dear sweet Inbar. Well, obviously, before your time, lad. As is the nature of such things. But, I should probably start with old Wulfric. Now, the young wolf was... He kind of strokes his beard, I'd like to say. He's probably what you should expect the Lord of the Logi to be like. Though, I must admit, you probably don't have a lot to compare to between Leofric and his boy. Actually, double check what was...
Ooh, excuse me.
I think it's another Frick, but I want to double check what Leofric and Wulfric's dad was called.
Gulfric.
Sorry. I'm just thinking, just a typical Logi guy, but with the fucking golf hat. Pulling out a 9-iron.
Bearfrick. Boarfrick.
Yeah, that's not it. Ah, there it is. Lydulf Logi, the Black Wolf.
Oh.
Because his dad was the famous one.
That'll in Logi, the White Wolf.
Yeah. So yes, his son was Lydulf the Black Wolf, and so Wulfric was the young wolf. And they had a whole multi-generation wolf thing going on that unfortunately we slightly goofed. It was the lion-themed one who won out, but yes. Lord Palak explains. Now, old Lydulf, the Black Wolf, he was a lord to be sure, with the good and the bad. He was tough. He was smart. He was quick with a blade, and quicker with a handful of coin. He knew when to build. He knew when to tear it down. What old Lydolf was always terrible at, kind of clunk, clunk, wraps his, mug on the desk, God rest his soul, was people. Lydolf was excellent at slaying monsters, winning duels, spending budgets, working with stone. But his father, Wulfric and Leofric's grandfather, was the White Wolf, and as you know, he was quite famous. He was good with people, liked by all. Even the Iron Demons liked him. So that put a little bit of pressure on the man. I can say this as his personal friend. Again, God rest his soul. Is Alice brushing his teeth again, or is he just dying?
Alice?
Hard to say.
What?
There's like that. Sorry, the way Giles just says, what? It's like the
Hold
Doppler
on.
effect
What happened?
of just like, I don't know. That's what I was asking. I was like, are you okay over there? Like, there's like a Doppler effect from you.
I don't know.
All right, I'll keep going.
I think he's losing his mind.
True. He's got the spicy COVID brain. But yes, Lord Palak continues. Jordan's Palak continues. I knew Lydolf well, and like I said, he was not good with people. He also, again, Lord Palak kind of pulls on his beard a little. He also, of particular, was quite competitive with the previous Lord of House Ich, Lord Warren. It wasn't until the work of Countess Mule and the Marquess Leofric that the feud was ended. So, Wulfric was shaped by his father and his grandfather, and so he was, again, quite a proper Logi lord. He hunted, he shot arquebus. He knew things about iron and steel, about rock and stone. But he was I won't say he was a soulful type, but he was contemplative, meditative. He liked to sit back and think, see things from all angles. I gave him a set of logic puzzles we imported from Akunar once, and he spent hours working on them. I suspect that young Master Logesh gets that from his father.
Ha 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 ha.
But Wulfric was also sometimes a bit cold, distant. He thought that to be the lord of the land, you needed to be a stern, distant man upon the hill, you know? And I'm sure you know from experience that his younger brother Leofric was nothing like that. He was a man of the people, man of the land. Loved to travel, Leofric did. Honestly, I think Wulfric liked to travel too, but in a different way. He liked to see old stones, old trees, visit old forts. They were both quite good students of history. And it was studying the old stones at the base of my wall that I think he first met Lady Inbar. He kind of, sighs sadly. It's a shame you couldn't have met her, my lad. Lady Inbar. Oh, I could wax poetic. When we named her after Amber, We did not yet know that she would have golden hair. It just so happened that it turned out that way. But Inbar was beautiful, whip smart. But she was still from the House of the Stones. So she didn't take no guff from nobody, especially not that quiet, cold, stone-headed Wulfric. He says this with a smile. But they were both quite good students of architecture, engineering, mathematics. I think Inbar was actually a little bit cleverer than the Marquess, but she never let him know. He kind of, hums, pauses to himself, and says, "Courtship was, I suppose it's a shame that you kind of ask them, but." He says this, by the way, not knowing that you could technically ask them. You can ghost talk if you like, but he doesn't know that.
I'm probably not.
Collect.
He doesn't like doing that anyway.
No, but it's one of those things that he just says it as kind of like a casual aside. But privately, no, I suspect that probably since Wulfric was studying at the School of Architecture. As I said, he was a student of engineering, maths, stone. He stayed here in Norland to study, mostly in Teine. Leofric was the one who, studied in foreign courts for a little bit when he was younger. Started flexing his gift of languages. Well, I don't know if Logesh has asked about this. We're getting it all out there. Asking, is it kind of like a childhood friend rom-com? A little bit. They probably met, when they were in their mid-teens. But, it is kind of that thing.
Okay, so it's a high
explains,
school. It's a high school rom-com, not a child.
Yeah. Yeah, but like Lord Palak explains, kind of like that they were probably, privately courting for some years before we turned it into a whole thing, and there was a little bit of resistance. Like I said, Lydolf, the Black Wolf, was the kind of guy who was like always thinking about how to advance the state of the house. He was thinking about legacy.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've talked about this before, but if you're curious about like generational gaps, like Mr. White Wolf was very busy. He reigned for quite a long time, so Lydolf actually took over the position as Marquess a little later into his life, and then didn't live too many years past that. Hence, where first Wulfric and then Leofric could rapidly take over. And also, I have brought this up before. I'd have to run her name down in my notes, but I would like to remind everybody once again for future reference. Leslok, Logesh, and Konrad's, and all the other associated characters' grandmother is still alive. She is a nun now. She retired to an abbey somewhere after her husband died. And I think I mentioned last time I brought this up that the last time you probably saw her was Leofric's funeral, so I don't know. If you guys are interested in Granny, you guys tell me. Otherwise, she's just there. It's just a fact I thought about. But yes, Lydolf was very interested in legacy, very interested in building the image of the House of Logi. He always had to compete against that image of his father, so he was trying to look for a success that would have been, won over there. In fact, probably Lord Palak would joke to you, Inos, that at some point there was probably some discussion of attempting to match Yibel, despite the fact that she was the youngest youngest daughter, I should say, with the youngest child, with one of the royals, either the current High King or the Grand Duke. But obviously that did not work out timing-wise. Lydolf was full of ambition. And so he was a little concerned with, continuing simple dynastic marriages. But like I said, my Inbar was very stubborn. She stuck it out for all the procedures and projects. And I'll say this for Wulfric, he stuck to tradition to the letter. Very old school. I'm sure you've read about it in the Codex Gridarvol, but he had 2 knives forged. The classic. The kind of thing that I don't even think my grandfathers were still doing. But very traditional, very fine. Presented them as an engagement gift. It would be not too long from now, actually. I think it would have been at the Flower Festival.
Sorry, I'm hearing she was gifted knives, and then she ran him through with it.
No, that's just your problem.
Yeah, that's just...
Your dad didn't have that problem. He was a stoic northern noble, so, the image that most people had of House Logi, I think, before Leofric and Leslok came along. Leslok is, I want to say, a little bit built different as far as Logi lords are. You mix the academic inquisitiveness of your past generations with your father's desire to personally go down and poke things.
I'm fueled. I'm fueled by just privilege and fucking adventure novels, and I might be the only I think Logi Lord that has lucky. I think that's the point I've made.
You're definitely the only player character I think who has lucky. The stat.
I was thinking lucky with the capital L. It's like, he's here helping.
I actually do kind of think that luck, good fortune, is not a attribute normally associated with your house.
Don't seem like that.
House Logi, very smart, very good at uncovering hidden knowledge, very good at figuring out new things, pretty good at fighting monsters, wealthy sometimes, lucky. That does not seem to be your score.
No, the luck is there just to make sure I don't die.
At least you're not as bad as the Joestars, like, in terms of, like, dying young for multiple generations. Like I said, the White Wolf lived a long-ass time.
I will say, it took a lot to kill those guys, I'll be real.
Well, true, yeah. But yeah, so the courtship was very traditional, exchanged stones, exchanged knives, kind of a thing, classical gifts, all the appropriate dancing at the balls and etc. The wedding itself would have been a very traditional affair right here at Stonehearth Keep. Happened outside at the tree right there. He points to the tree in your courtyard. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it before, but you've got a couple of really old ass ancestral trees in the courtyard at Stonehearth.
Yeah, I believe it's in the center of like our kind of garden that we have.
Because you do actually, and you have straight up gardens up here as well, because you grow a little bit of food for just in case. The beauty is, if you grow extra food for winter, that also doubles as extra food if you ever are besieged.
Yeah. Trust me, when we're gonna purchase, no matter what, even if we have an amazing harvest here, we're still gonna purchase some fucking grain from fucking Grassy and store it away. Yeah.
Squirrel it away.
Yeah, I'm sure you can ask your old Grampy about this, Logesh. Or, actually, wait, no, you wouldn't ask Inos about this.
No.
Inos could tell a third party, and they could tell. No, I'm kidding. But yes, the wedding was a very traditional affair. Exchanged belt knives, exchanged rings is the modern custom. Probably. Actually, I don't. I'm freeballing this conversation a little because I don't want to delay it, but I would have to double check. I don't know where some of the origin of stuff like the white dress and stuff. I don't know if the bride would traditionally wear white or if it would be a different color.
No, the knives thing. I think
so. The
knives thing is good.
Mm-hmm.
That's.
But yes, again, very. Lord Palak, Jordanes doesn't want to say, obviously they clearly had affection for each other. They'd been friends and companions for a very long time since, schooling days, since tutorage. But like I said, Wulfric was the kind of guy who stood back, took everything in, did everything by the book. So their wedding was very by the numbers. It was very traditional. It was arguably modest for a high house. Still invited half of Bloody Stoneheart. Sort of thing, but wasn't really breaking any new ground. Jordanes obviously remembers it pretty fondly himself, but he suspects that outside of the immediate family members, a decent number of the guests probably wouldn't have taken too much note of it. Sort of a thing. Like, nothing groundbreaking, but it was all very calm, very well put together, and so on. Actually, double check. What? Ah, shit. Well, I just stepped away, so I can't just ask him. I gotta go to pull up my notes and double check everybody's ages. Let's
It's
see.
like 20,
Logesh is
21.
21.
Okay.
Leslok is 19. So probably, judging by relative age, probably the wedding was probably like the last big court function in Teine that Leofric attended before he, went to go travel the world, kind of a thing.
Oh.
Went to go tour.
Okay.
I mean, it makes sense as being like, oh, okay, I don't have to worry about this. I'm going to go now.
Yeah. He's like, all right, my brother's locked in. I'm going to go do second son things. Bye.
Adventure!
Ho! Lord Palak would probably mention to Inos and probably mention to Logesh as well later if asked. He probably has like both commemorative portraits and also probably an artist's impression of the event somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yes, I may be able to write this down later. I'm
Thank you.
freeballing right now. We're just role playing, but I'll see if I can write a version of this down.
It's just that
I need to
so
probably.
I can
hammer
look
out some
over it
extra
later when I'm
details.
thinking up of ideas and stuff.
Yes, I probably need to commit some more things about Wulfric and Inbar to pen
Thank
and
you.
paper. Any other questions Enos would have for Lord Palak about this?
No, I don't necessarily think feel about bringing up their deaths and all that. So we'll leave.
I should say he should mention after the actual ceremony, presided over by the archbishop they had at the time and all that stuff. Actually, who would probably be the archbishop who just retired? That guy was pretty old. He probably did the wedding when he was new to the position.
Wow.
Like I'm pretty sure they would have been officially married probably like one or 2 years before Logesh was actually born.
Mm-hmm. I think Enos will probably bring up what he learned about Wulfric and Embar at the next meeting where Logesh is there. So Enos can let Logesh know that he knows about how his parents got married and stuff.
But yeah, after the official ceremony, they would have had a
You
big
know that I
fucking
know that
feast.
I know that you know that you're the sheriff.
A big ass feast. Okay.
We're all stuck in here.
Thank you, Axe. I was thinking similar.
We all thought it.
A big
Boy,
feast.
am I glad that he's out there and I'm in
All
here.
right.
A pair of knives.
We're the sheriff.
We've done this so many times.
A pair of knives. So they exchange knives, right?
I call it an exchange of knives. But they've actually. Yeah, I think the technically, I think the way this works is the betrothal gift is he makes a pair of knives, he gives her one of the knives, and then they swap knives back at the ceremony.
Okay.
I think that's how that works in my brain.
Okay.
But yes, a very very old school, clan of the two knives type shit, like ancient Norlish history.
Okay. So I do like the idea of a big feast, though. Lots of food is always fun.
Big ass reception. And Nerissa said that she wouldn't be opposed to that because she I don't know if Leslok in his as you know in trying to get his master of ceremonies to wedding plan for him also, which he hasn't officially done, I don't think.
No.
But you guys do talk about it occasionally. But I don't know if he would have mentioned that some of the conversations he's had with Narissa about the wedding, but she does seem dead set in her character in like not just flying in here like some kind of ice princess and just showing up and running the place.
Mm-hmm.
Like she would really like all of Teine to like see her and be like, hey, that's our new lady, the new
She's cool.
Marquess.
I did mention that
Thumbs
we're
up.
probably going to be touring around the place to go find a location.
Well, yes, to meet some places, but no, like
Probably go
at the
visit your
wedding.
grandma.
So having a receiving line, it's sort of thing would not be out of question. You don't know if you want to, or Inos, I should say, probably doesn't know if he wants to follow up with what Lord Palak told him about, that apparently Wulfric and Inbar invited half of Stonehearth to show up.
Probably not, but again, I don't know what the Marquess actually wants to do for the wedding, and he hasn't said, Enos, plan my wedding, so...
True. You haven't locked in yet. I think he's not committing until he gets... He's doing the smart thing. He's making sure he's getting the bride's input. He's not going to commit to anything until they look at some places.
Honestly, yeah. Like, I'm not going to make an assumption here.
That's fair. It means you're going to be a little slow going until summer 2, but it is not the wrong move, probably.
I mean, the scale we're doing this, I think it's fine if we have to, like, we can set...
But anyway...
Plan for it.
Okay.
Months away.
Enos will, spend some more time with Lord Tala, ask about, some misadventures with Wulfric and Lady Inbar and stuff, and celebrate their life for a while before, politely excusing himself. But even though it might be a little late, but I think late is better than never. Inos is going to ask Konrad if he'd be willing to make a pair of very fine belt knives, a matching pair. Inos will explain that apparently on how it used to be as about the exchange of knives for, betrothing. And think it would be a nice gesture at Summer Court for the Marquess to present Narissa with one so they can exchange them at the later wedding ceremony.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely could, but from what I remember, that tradition was that you give your own knife. Or does it just have to be similar, not actually, like, spot on?
Well, the way I understood it is that Wulfric had the knives made and then exchanged them. Unless I am completely misremembering that from like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, no, I'm well, okay. Sorry. I'm thinking about what we've learned from all of our ancestors. Gets all mixed up in my head sometimes. Yes, I can make the knives.
Thank you.
I just wasn't sure how if you're trying to emulate Wulfric's marriage or like the old tradition. So that's what got me confused for a second.
No, let's go. Wulfric's, excuse me. Yeah.
All right, that's fine. Can get him ready in a short period. Definitely before.
Actually, I have a world-building question here, mainly aimed at Leslok. Do you still have Grandpapa's portrait in your study, in your solar?
I have had no reason to take it down.
Isn't that the slightly angry one looking down?
Yes, it's
Okay.
a very stern,
Yeah,
stern portrait.
I remember
of
that one. Yeah.
Lionel Logi just sitting
Honestly,
there.
then I probably should have like. I don't know because I don't think I don't think Leslok is unconfident in his position as Marquess. I don't think he is like phased by the stern, downward-looking portrait.
He looks upon it and goes, "Ah, perfect. Just the right motivator."
Not sure about that, but it's more of a thing of like
Uh.
he's just not bothered by it. So I feel like he'd be more showing that he's bothered by it if he moved it to a different part of the castle.
Oh, it's
Thank you, Aren.
he's engaged in a battle of wills with the portrait. I see. If you have to move the portrait, that would admit that the portrait bothers you, and the portrait doesn't bother you. Therefore, you don't need to move it.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking about that hard, but fair.
That's okay. That's okay. As like I said, I just wanted to ask because I was reminded also. All right. Okay.
He might move it if there's like if there's something else he wants to put there, but that's the only other reason, really.
I mean, it would probably be to get a copy or a nice big portrait of Leofric to hang in there.
You know what? That's fair.
You know, pretty standard style, but that's okay. You know, it's a feature. I just wanted to remind everybody every time you have a meeting in the Marquess's office, there's just old grandpa.
Is there a family
Just
portrait I
making
could put there?
Probably, yeah. I think you guys got several new portraits and several copies of old portraits made. Actually, I think last time you did interior deco talk.
I probably put that there. I better have to be of the family. Just put Grandpa next to it.
All right, okay. Like I said, I have stuff to spin you about planning your Fogvale expedition.
Okay.
Is there
Alrighty.
anything else in blob time?
Do I need to roll to make the knives?
I'm gonna make them cool.
Yeah.
Can you make him Damascene?
No.
Oh.
I mean, I think he could.
I could probably do it, but like there is actually a chance that I would fail because it's like difficulty 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
also
they'd
the
be pretty
knives
high-quality knives.
aren't meant for killing.
True. Damascene does look very pretty, but the primary benefit is that the material is, stronger.
Hard as hell.
Stronger. Harder, faster, better.
Did find a good picture of like stuff like that.
Yeah,
That's nice.
that's a pretty good.
Okay, so let's see. 40.
That is a simple utility knife. I think I've mentioned this before, but like literally all of you are carrying a knife like this, unless for some reason you wouldn't. It's like carrying your wallet.
I feel like I have like a thing because it's like I think it's like always has Thumbert within like 30 paces of him at most times. So it's like it's
Well,
probably
here's
just
the thing.
attached, so that's there.
That axe is, or not axe. That dagger is not to defend your life.
No, that's a utility.
No.
knife, yeah.
It's to
If
do
you-
stuff.
If you need something to like eat, to jimmy a lock.
I feel like I might not have one only because I just feel like I have like 14 different size scalpels on me at any time.
Would I
I think
just have the
actually that came
plot
up last
knife?
time we had this conversation.
There you
Do I
go.
just-
Three tens.
Okay,
Oh,
it's not for the
nice
plot knife
knives.
being. I think the obsidian knife is like fragile, isn't it? A little bit.
Obsidian can be frangible. Yeah, you don't want to like slap.
Yes,
it
I think
willy-nilly, but
I probably am carrying the 2 knives then. Yeah. I'm always carrying that plot knife.
all right. But if there's nothing besides that, we can talk about your Fogville plans.
Sounds good.
Everybody down to clown?
Everyone's down the clown, yes.
Yeah, seems like it.
Okay. Alrighty. So, sorry, it's bamboozled. I'm like, where the hell am I in my notes? Okay. I tabbed back in a weird spot. That one.
Da-da-da-da.
Sorry, yawned slightly. And then after this, we'll probably do, depending on how long this takes, probably do Tres Inquisitors,
All right.
because you are booked for that as well.
Mhm.
Okay. So, your current plan is all PCs.
Oh, son of a
is-
bitch.
Dallas keeps hitting himself somehow.
I'm a fucking mess.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
Sorry. So all the PCs are coming, to which you reiterate is Konrad, Leslok, Nicola, Logesh, Inos.
Yep.
You are also taking, naturally, Sir Everhelm, because he's Leslok's Cavalier. You're also taking Lady Cressida,
With
Aethelflair,
Hasselfire.
yes, Ike Wayland, Mainwall's coming,
Yeah.
and you're additioning Airless Eich and Lane Fishgrief. So you are 12, I think.
Sounds right.
I have
3. This.
3, 6, 7. Yeah, 12.
So that's named characters. Once again, the question is now, since you're planning a diplomatic operation, are we planning on bringing any porters, servants, valets, that sort of thing? Because you are planning on bringing some gifts. You've got, at the very least, steel axe heads and knife blades. I don't know if you want to also, go the whole hog and mount those to hafts as well.
Probably not.
Bolts of woolen or woven cloth, probably maybe even some metal tools. And you mentioned maybe even some food or alcohol. We did not really specify what you want to be transporting, but,
seasoned
kegs of ale are at least pretty easy.
kegs of ale and probably some
thought it was
spices.
spices.
Some spices and seasonings.
Yeah,
All right.
like non-perishable stuff.
Carrying that yourselves, 12 deep, just suck up some space.
I think we
Kegs
should
are
get
hip.
some porters.
Marcus wants to get some porters. How does everybody feel about this?
Does that mean wagons?
That's fine.
I still don't think you can fit a wagon.
No.
You might get some hand carts. But I'm just thinking,
I would not want to pull a handcart up and down the Shadow Pass as it is right now, so
no.
Especially if we get attacked by demons again.
I don't think they'll be.
Remember, we did get attacked by demons last time.
Yeah, but like they
I'm
also kind of were like
saying
living there
it's
for
a
like years.
possibility. Okay, but you understand it is still a possibility.
But
The
let's
odds
get-
of demon
Definitely a
attack are
possibility.
not 0.
Let us go with a few.
That is not true.
I beg to differ. We got attacked by demons at a church.
Yeah, we got attacked by bone devils, which is very specific. But let us go with a few porters to carry the gifts and maybe some other supplies. As the Marquess has
Requested.
requested. Yes, thank you. I could not think. Brain!
It's okay. I feel like, once again, I know we're all so excited to be here, but I feel like very often when we do the episodes, we just start melting at some point.
I'm
I
trying to
have
think.
no fucking excuse.
I'm trying to keep a lot of information in my head right now, and I'm not the greatest at it.
I have an
It's fair,
excuse. I feel like that character from the Emperor's New Groove. I've been turned into a cow. Can I go home?
You may.
All right.
Yes, you may.
Okay. So probably like 4 to 6 porters. These would be, stout porters, hefty burly boys with big backpacks.
Yeah.
Carry your bundles of tools, carry your extra food. So, you guys are going to go in there. I think that well works along. Yeah, you're going to take some porters. They'll pack it pretty tight. You have to be a little careful because you will generate a little bit of extra noise and wear and tear moving. But it seems like you're not going Hamathan. So you have been told to basically go the opposite junction at the crossroads from Sfardis to head towards what would be the southern fringes of the Runewood. It is going to be some distance.
We want to make sure we have
I do
enough
some background
supply for
information on
ourselves.
the Runewood in that region. But yeah, you need to feed yourselves. Sorry, I wrote some of these like either yesterday or a couple days ago. I'm double checking where I was. Yeah. So, according to your old maps, which have been compared with your new maps, because I think a couple of the PCs have either navigation or cartography, and several of the NPCs you went with you also do. You're going to have to go through the Shadow Pass. You're going to have to go to Fort Risa Hill again. And then going up to the Crossroads, which I think was like a short sub 30-minute walk down from the hill, or from the fort, which was on a hill.
Yeah.
From the Crossroads, you're looking at probably about 7 leagues of travel, which is something like 27 miles. So it's probably about 6 hours through the Shadow Pass, because you're going to have a hard time setting a faster-paced march when you've got guys with packs full of steel tools. But, we're giving you the nice time to total it all together to 6. So 7 leagues is like another 8 hours of walking. Maybe 6 at a fast pace, but obviously if you're portering some stuff, there's again going to be limits on how fast those guys can march. And of course, in previous ages, looking at your old maps of the Fog Vale, there would probably be villages, way stations, travelers' inns along the road. Those are all kaput. So you might have to plan a couple of days travel time up and down. And I think the main thing to be concerned about with your supplies is the summer climate. You're planning on going in summer 1. You're going early in summer 1. But you're still going in summer 1. It's going to be summer climate. We're going to start doing the turn. The Fog Vale is still typically even in summer, cooler than most of Teine, though you guys have some southern, relatively flat lowlands in Teine, that can get pretty warm. Some of your highlands might be a little cooler than the Fog Vale, but it retains a high humidity. You're still going to see fog form kind of in the highlands after dusk and roll into the lowlands before dawn, but that will then burn off in the heat of midday. The problem, the concern with day is after the heat peaks in noon, you're almost guaranteed to get thunderheads. And in the summer, the Fog Vale is known for rains and that's going to limit your visibility and your mobility. But on the plus side will mean it will probably be impossible for you guys to be tracked. So you won't have to worry about fresh water, but any food supplies you bring with you, you're going to need to make sure to keep dry and think about, preserving through humid temperatures. Once again, everybody needs to stock up on your rain gear. Woolen cloaks or coats. You can wax or oil canvas. You can get felt hats made of wool or beaver fur, actually, by the way. Pretty common waterproof technique.
Some feathered hats.
In this time period. And some felt-lined boots. The boots are going to be a must.
Yes.
So, obviously you don't have to lock in for sure now, but if you're planning out how many days worth of food you're going to take, it should be probably 2 full days to get through the Shadow Pass and then make the run to the location you're looking for in the Runewood. You were told that's called Verdenspel. Possibly more like Verdenspel. Which translates to Applewood or Apple Grove in the old Norlish dialect, with the runic accent. But yeah, it's probably going to take you at least 2 days to hike out there, and it's going to be fucking foggy at night and rainy during the day. You're going to have that slice from dawn to noon where the weather's going to be nice and normal. And then after that,
it's going to suck.
So how much... Yeah, I almost asked what manner. I don't need to fucking ask you what type of rations you're taking. How much travel food do you want to pack?
Probably want to prac 4 to 5 days then total. Because no matter what, like, once we're there, we can probably figure out something to, there, whether it be hunting or, trading with the locals. But we're still gonna have to fucking come back at some point, and that's gonna be another 2 days of travel. So if we have 2 days there, 2 days back, and we get a 5th day for complications, and trust that we'll be able to either hunt or gather with the locals when we're there, we would all need about 5 days of food.
All right.
Water, we can probably just carry probably carry a good canteen. I don't imagine there will not there we can. I imagine we can probably find some good water sources along the way. And water is fucking heavy.
I'll be able to
It
find
can,
water.
yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I have the
Also,
first need, so-
you will be able to in a pinch. It's likely to be raining a shitload. So
Yeah. So we won't worry about carrying water. We'll carry dry food. Probably
salt beef or salt pork.
salted meat. Maybe we could probably carry some. What's our grains and nuts situation right now?
I think you'd have some seasonal nuts. It's going to be late spring into summer, so that I believe some nuts are gatherable at there. Your kind of like grain or bread situation is what they'd actually do is basically you'd pack the materials to make a quick bread in like a tin, which can be sealed, and you just turn flour into bread, in the field.
Yeah.
All that takes is a fire or a hot rock.
No, yeah.
Just find a bunch of pine nut bushes. We'll be good for years.
Well, so on that subject, the territory you're traveling through, I don't know how comfortable the gang feels about foraging in the Fog Vale still, but you're basically going to be moving towards the Runewood, towards the domain of the former House Azamina, which was a vassal of Vilter. You're going to be passing through the lands that were previously owned by House Tristram, one of the other vassals. The land that you're passing through would be mostly known for like ranching or farming hill crops, occasionally quarrying stone or making lumber. But eventually, as you get closer to the Runewood, you're going to start seeing spaces that are more used for fruit groves, would be like one of the major industries of the area. So it's entirely possible that there will still be wild berries there. I was doing some research on seasonal berry species, and I learned that most berries humans think are cool are all just the same fucking plant. Blackberries, raspberries, cloudberries, and like 4 other kinds of berries, all the same plant basically. They're all from the genus Ruba. Cool. There's a type of berry bush, and they're all like pretty closely related. Unfortunately, I did double check. No Logan berries or boysenberries, because those are hybrids with North American variants of the plant.
Ah.
New world problems.
That's I mean, it's a little bit of the new world problem, but also it's just that you guys don't have a second place where you hybridize new berries from.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, so there would still be berries. And in fact, so there's no Verdenspel on any of the old maps. You think that might be a new name for something? There is supposed to be a town which is like the border marker between the lands of House Tristram, the southern marches, and the Runewood, which is the domain of House Azamina, which is recorded as Berryburg. The Burg of the Berries.
Quaint.
You could be pretty sure that Berryburg is probably toast.
Yeah.
Hopefully not literally.
But it will be a ruined city that will be along a major road, so you're probably going to go near it anyway in your travels. But the local hills, like I said, will be full of berries and fruit trees, either to be consumed or made into wine or spirits or preserves. Bad news, wine expires. So no 500-year-old casks of wine in the basement.
Right, it has to be preserved a certain way, yeah.
Some of the harder spirits, like if they distill that into like a brandy, some of that might be good. I don't know if it would last literally 500 years, but if you fortify or distill alcohol enough, it actually doesn't go bad. But technically, I think there's
on
enough
the temperature that's kept
Yeah,
at.
that's true. They'd be in a cellar, so we'd have to see. I think the thing is that wine still got enough fruit stuff in it that it has something that can go bad. Basically, it can continue to ferment or otherwise chemically go off.
Well, that means we just got a fuck ton of vinegar down there.
It sounds like it.
Probably decent vinegar.
I mean, yeah, it's probably very well quality, but yes. So, if you actually get to the Runewood, that will also have some stuff to it. So, just to give you some more background info to think about how you're going to approach this, House Azamina was said to have been founded by the Saint Yelizaveta. Since the current reformation of the church was about 300 years after House Viltur fell, she's not a very well canonized saint. Her authenticity is debated.
Okay.
Because unfortunately, it's not like the church can go fucking check the local records. But
Well, they could. They just wouldn't find it.
She's was supposed to have both had knowledge of the runes, but also spontaneously developed veilcraft. That's the miracle is she just showed up with sorcery. It was good for forests and stuff.
Bam.
But House Azamina was known for its unusual culture even among the Viltur. They were woodsmen, herbalists, and hunters. They were also involved in the preparation of drugs and poisons using the exotic herbs of the forest, and sometimes were allegedly engaged in paganist beliefs. I do believe that Inos, I don't think... Actually, Leslok have night eyes?
I think I do.
I can't remember if you had it up at Svartis. I don't remember if that was a spell you had.
No, I have Night I've had Night Eyes. I used it then because I all made sure
Okay.
we had because I was part
Yeah,
of
so
it was me, Enos,
you-
and Aurelia were guiding the party in the Plitch backness.
That's true, yeah, because she also had night eyes. Now she doesn't need it. She can just see in the dark. Expect me to write about that more when I also write about what they're going to be doing. Because you've already planned the Corwood adventure.
Yes.
But Enos and Leslok, you probably remember from the brief sight you had of the alleged free folk. They were carrying what looked to be, pretty long, sturdy blowguns, and may have had little pots or pouches of poison at their side. So at least some of that art has survived. Is it Thistlethorn, the name? It's Thistle something. Let me check my chart of poisons. Yes, Thistlethorn. The classic hunting poison of the Fogvale. A tacky, glue-like concentrate of several poison roots and herbs, mostly blue thistle. Harmless if ingested by mouth.
I'm about to ask you, out of game, what do you think, the novel series, Aurelia's novel series would be called?
I'll think about it. I don't actually know. I think
I
my
mean,
document that I'm planning on writing is just called story.
I was figuring it's going to be a series like Nancy Drew.
That works.
Different writers at a time.
But yes, House. Sorry, I just realized I opened my GM document twice. That's unhelpful to me. I mean, it can work, but that's not gonna. It would be easier if I just open the house's document since that also has the poison list. But yes, they are known for the production of Thistlethorn and several of the other local herbs and poisons. The runewood itself is pretty prominent, sometimes called the winterwood. It's one of the farthest north forests in Norlon. It's known for a variety of white trees, various species of birch, poplar, aspen, some species of maple have whitish bark and turn brilliant reds in the seasonal change. For fruit trees, they would have seasonal cherry and pear trees.
Cool.
So that means they had a lot of useful lumber for woodworking, writing, dyes and pigments, medicine, even sources of sugars from the maples. Again, we're not at like maple syrup exactly, but I believe maple sap is known as a sweetener in several cultures.
Yeah.
They probably don't boil it
Sweet
down.
meat's good.
They probably don't boil it down so much to get syrup, but probably, you know, mix it or something.
Probably boil it a little, strain it. Mix it with
Definitely
Boil them, mash them, stick them in stew.
just
Yeah.
tapping it out of a
Potato
tree.
toast.
But it's keep in mind your other primary sources of like natural sugars in this time are cane sugar or sugar beets. Beetroot sugar. So, funnily enough, you guys have a culture in your southern rains and your warmer climates of honey. Honey is also a miraculous sweetener
The superfood.
because it doesn't fucking spoil.
Yeah.
It's naturally antimicrobial. Crazy.
Save the bees.
But yeah, so the runewood and like the other child forests, I guess I would say, the different tree farms and cuttings that are made of it are very important for a number of sources. Birch bark is medicinal. There's a couple of things it does. And birch bark is also, in addition to being used for many funny crafts, you can make, like I said, writing sheets out of it. I think in Finland they have traditional like birch bark shoes. You can just get the slats of the birch bark together to make footwear. But the other thing you can use birch bark for, House Azamina's iconic weapon, the composite bow.
House Azamina. God fucking damn you.
He forgot that part. He forgot that I hit it with that one.
I mean, it's a rainbow flower.
Yeah, it's actually I kept using it because their house sigil is the thistle.
Yeah, it's just thistle flower.
So the Yu-Gi-Oh name Azamina comes from the I think it's technically the Japanese word for thistle, but it's based on I think some Portuguese borrowing stuff. But yeah, so birch bark is one of the layers that goes in a composite bow.
Okay.
Cool.
So they're woodsy people. But what you're going to be looking for is probably, a pretty old growth forest. So any you're going to have to worry about rain, and then you're going to have to worry about woodsying. So anything you guys want to think about that with your planning, your gear and prep, any acquisitions you think you want to make. Actually, good question. You guys want to take the Aether Lab with you?
Probably.
Why not?
Like I said, it is, the rune wood. I don't know how many of other woods are in the Fog Vale. We're only at the southern part of it.
The Runewood's just the one big forest formation, but like I said, they'd have little streams and stuff there.
Yeah, no, take the Aether
Which
Lab.
is probably a mystical wood, a sacred wood.
Excuse me?
I said it is probably a mystic wood or sacred wood.
No, we could probably talk to the people there about it if it comes up. But traveling in the woods, well, I'm not. Probably should be on guard for some sort of traveler, whether that be just normal beast or monstrum. Like I said, it does seem that the people there are living in their ways, but they seem ready to throw down for a fight, so there are probably some things that are not afraid to fight men in those woods, especially the further we are from the settlement.
We also don't know if they're their only group in the Fog Vale.
It's true. It's very
You know that
true.
there's a little bit of competition going on.
No, I don't. Personally, I don't think they would tell us to go a certain way and then expect us to run into their enemies along the way. But we don't know if they. Who knows? There could be other hunting parties, or who knows? Maybe some people in the Fogvale have raiding cultures. I don't know. But we should
They're
probably
also
go.
Argus Monstrum.
I said that like 2 minutes ago.
Dallas is the goop brain.
You haven't ran into any of those boars yet.
No, so go for normal beast, monstrum, and potential human problems. So, again, we don't have to go there bristling with arms, but everyone make sure they have a weapon, a backup weapon, and then their secret weapon.
I will strike a JoJo pose. I am my weapon.
Since we do have like the porters and other servants that won't necessarily be best suited to defend themselves, do we want to bring a small contingent of lamplighters?
I would actually
Like
prefer...
half a dozen, or
No, I
not
think
even that much?
if we come under attack, I do believe it'll be our responsibility to protect the porters. Honestly, with who we have coming along, most people here has no small measure of skill in dealing with foes. We just got to remember not to run off into battle and leave our charges behind.
Stare at the JoJo pose like Nicola.
Huh?
It's not
What I
me.
do? What I do?
Like I said, because I'm fairly certain every person coming along with us can defend themselves.
Everybody in your party for sure.
Yeah, including like Lady Cressida. So
She knows what you're doing. She knows quite a few.
I think for
Here's
a
my-
fighting force we should suffice. Because unfortunately, the more people we bring, that's the more supplies, that's the longer things take.
That's
And-
fine. I was just bringing it up just in case.
Yeah, no, I do think it's a good question, but I do think that we are more than sufficient to protect a few porters. Like I said, we should probably try to keep foraging to a minimum, unless circumstances get dire. Again, we don't know what's in the forest, or like how necessarily the system works. Hell, for all we know, the clan, the Vale folk, might use the entire forest as their foraging range, and us, picking, food without permission might piss them off. I don't know. We want to avoid doing anything that might cause a diplomatic incident. At least right out. Well, no, just right out the gates. So
Yeah, the diplomacy is all on you guys, and
well, diplomacy is more than just people talking. It's also in the actions that we do. Like, the actions that everyone does, I should say. We all represent the House Logi and Ek, and what we say and what we do.
We all float down here.
So just because you will not be having talks with things does not mean that what you do and say will not reflect upon the will not reflect upon the group.
So
Yeah. What won't reflect upon Goop?
So like I said, we do not know their culture and their way of life for right now, so we don't want to necessarily go into it thinking that things that are fine for us will be fine for them.
Should we be naked then?
They were not naked.
I'm going to slap you.
Sorry.
We'll get the
I
straw
wanted to
dummy again.
contribute something.
I'll get the straw dummy.
Okay, fair enough. I can't fault you for that.
Am I talking too much?
No, it's
No, you're
fine.
fine.
I'm
No,
just in a
I
fucking
think that
bind
as
hole.
I don't want to say as usual. That's a little too rude, but I just think as normal. The rest of the crew is just kind of like, yes, you say
Say a
things that
sound
make
plan.
sense.
You say a sound plan. Like your plan is sound. Like I don't see a
you
problem.
think
with
about
There's
the
no
thing,
reason
and
to
we're
speak
good.
up because you're making logical sense.
I merely wanted to add witty, quick, and bad. Nope, that's not the right word.
All right, moving on.
Wow, we're having a time,
Give-
guys.
We are
give it
having
up on
a
that one.
time.
It's not even
So-
going through.
Oh.
Just,
So,
We're only a few more slips away from Dallas doing what I did last time, just looking at flock of cows and geese.
so far, we need to pack for woodland travel and rainy travel. Carry about 5 days of rations. We'll have about 4 to 5 porters who will be stuck guarding ourselves. We will be careful not to forage in their lands unless we have to, and upon meeting them, we will try not to make any assumptions of their culture or people until we have firmly established what we can and can't do.
Yes, it all sounds reasonable and
as far as I'm aware, the only thing we know about their culture is that they use specific names for the gods. That's literally all we know.
They also they use
I don't
drum
think we
code.
even know that.
Yes.
Well, no, we do because when we weren't they using a specific name when they were like
when they called
shearing us out on our way when we were boating?
They used Vertum's name as kind of a like
calling Odin to the
echolocation
clothes,
trick.
yes.
Yeah.
But I do
Yeah.
there's also like a
believe,
runic based thing going on.
I do believe there has been a lot of imagery of Vertum and the sky, like what was it, like stone and sky or something?
Yeah.
Yes, they used the expression, stone and sky a couple of
Yes.
times.
Didn't they also use once again, this was like a year ago, so this isn't even sick brain. This is just memory. Didn't they use the term Skyfather?
No.
Yes. Or
No.
Sky Mother.
It'd be Sky
was
Sky
like a-
Mother would be the appropriate one.
That was it,
Mountain
Sky
Father,
Mother.
she's the Sky Mother.
I feel like Bound Father.
Okay,
mentioned
yeah, no, that's all I was
Yeah, so-
was remembering.
Like I said,
But yeah, no, that's literally all I remember about them.
like I said, our
Inos did also notice a little bit about at least the Vanguard's gear. They were dressed, mostly in boiled leathers and hides, very minimal metal armor. Their like blades and axe heads were pretty simplistic, but they carried bow guns. And at least Fiona McIntosh was covered in runes,
runes,
guns.
baby.
so they
They're
still
monster
remember how to
hunters?
do runes.
Makes sense for Houseville too.
So I heard bowgun instead of blowgun. So I was like, oh no. Are they monster hunters?
Well, they are the House of Crossbows, but you don't know how good their manufacture is. Well, one of the houses of crossbows.
It doesn't feel like they have access to metal, really.
But like I said, our
That's why
main
they're bringing
objective.
steel tools.
Our main objective is to get in there, learn about what has transpired among their people for the last 500 years, get, their impressions and their lifestyles, and, bring one back so we can be like, hey, High King, check this shit out. Other than that, we should try not to get too involved with their politics or immediate problems. While I know us and we like to help and do stuff, if we stop to help every single problem that they may or may not have, we will we'll run out of time. Like I said, we are
What, you
specific.
don't want us to go on a 10-month side quest?
I have to collect every pine cone.
Get the true boss,
No, we need the Korok seeds.
I'll do something with the pine cone.
No.
No, like I said, we're going in summer 1. This
We need to
means
leave
we
before
are
summer.
very much on a time frame, and I don't want anyone trying to start anything in there that they won't be able to finish, because we do not know when exactly will we be able to go back. That also goes for
Like, in the
like
middle of
the-
a civil.
You are launching into a 10-month side quest, but the 10 months is the number of months it's going to take you to travel back and forth to get all the sub objectives done from the campaign map screen.
Yeah, which is hopefully
So-
different. But
I am warning
Honestly,
everyone to be wary of making promises and agreements.
if they're in the middle of a civil war
Travel?
between like their clan and whatnot, we'll worry about that when we get there.
I mean, that's you worry about that when you deal there. Like Inos said, we'll have an urge to help, but you're going to just skedoodle.
Yes. That's
Speaking
why-
of other things to do in summer, are we going to need to also get a meeting going about planning some of that stuff ahead of time since we're going?
I'm sorry, what stuff are you talking about in particular?
Summer court.
Summer
Oh,
court? I
what-
know a lot of
I am-
basics have been worked out, but I don't think all the specifics and stuff.
I am out of character a little. I am planning a probably another big meet and jam sesh to kind of hammer out what order happens when, if I need to have you guys make any roll ahead of time and what. You should have enough time to plan that out at multiple stages. If we wanted to bring up, do we need to schedule another meeting for summer court now before it becomes summer? You guys could
That's
technically
what-
say
that's
that
what I'm
you're
asking.
doing some of that.
I'm just asking, do we need to like do anything with the prep for that stuff before we leave for the Vale?
I think it's going to depend on you guys and how much you want to be doing ahead of time. Well, you're doing it all ahead of time, but you know what I mean. Like, if there's any plans you want to make sure are set in motion very early. Sure, you guys can get your land and your prep for like fairs
Probably-
and stuff there.
Probably leave a few messages before we head out.
Mhm.
That's it for me.
Right.
That's fair. I just as a piece
Anything
not sure where
else?
to put things out for it. I'm good.
Like I said, out of character, we'll have the planning sesh for it. It's just where you guys are discussing what the strategy of the strategy of meetings. But yeah, what your meeting continuity is. All right. Any other further concernicuses about the Flog Veil?
The Fog
I cannot
Veil?
think.
I don't think so.
Okay. Then this is what I'm gonna call probably not the last call, but the last call for tonight. Blob time. You get the rest of the month off. My plan next time is to start with going to the Fog Veil. So, if you have any other side projects you want to try and remember to get done now,
Well,
anything in your last will and testament.
Oh, I should probably just get all the coins done.
Oh,
Oh yeah, you can probably get that done.
I'm probably just gonna roll a bunch of times in the background.
Yeah, that's fine. We do that a lot.
Anos will probably.
Yes.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get. You said that the Iron Demons use crystal to store information using Scribe the Soul, right?
Yes.
Okay. Enos probably
use
is.
some pretty pure crystals for that. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, jeez. I think I'll pick up Scribe the Skull then, and Enos will spend some time because yes, you say that last will and testament. Yes, Enos is gonna write a will, just in case he dies. Also, you mentioned specifically with the Regalia of Dea Tacita, you specifically said for the shoes they had to be shoes of like leather or cloth. Can they be boots?
Yeah. You can make like leather boots.
Okay, because it was just one of those things. I was all
They're
like,
supposed
man,
to be a footwear.
It's just one of those things like,
Honestly,
man, I
good.
want those shoes, but I don't want to be stomping around in the mud and the woods and just, leather shoes. That seems
No,
like a
no, I
horrible
think
time.
it could be very appropriate to make some field or some hiking caliber boots.
Okay. Like I said, they don't have to
God
be like...
knows I'll have to. I have to either figure out where rubber trees are, or you guys need to bother Nicola to invent alchemical rubber.
Rubber.
You guys get some fucking rubber in here. Ooh, crazy shit. Crazy style.
Roll.
But,
Rubberized clothes, for raincoats. Rubberized boots.
Rubber houses. Rubber people.
Speaking of that,
there's only...
not of rubber. But speaking of alchemical shit, I'm going to be working on designs for a. I guess it's not really alchemical; it's more ceremonial piece. For something I've been thinking about as a gift. So I'll probably need to make some orichalcum for that over the month.
If you're making it orichalcum, yeah.
Inos would like to spend some wealth and get some very high quality clothing to use as the basis for the regalia of Dea Tacita, and he will basically make it all in one big sitting.
And then
Double check that.
sorry, oh my god, what would the role be to make not really a smithing check, but like to make my own version of a crafted object?
Well, I guess it would depend on the object. What are we trying to replicate here?
Maybe or fine. I'm trying to create a sort of hollow, like cage that is also a heart shaped. That has a space spray container in the middle of it.
Yeah. This would be made of orichalcos.
Yes. Is this something that I need to pay someone to do?
Yeah, because that would probably be the best equivalent.
Well, because I need to work on it. I feel like this needs to be done by me. That's the problem.
Well, then you're gonna have to learn a skill, my
Well,
dude.
yeah, that's why it's there. Enos, what stat is your goldsmithing attached to?
Coordination. It's delicate, precise work.
Yeah. No, what you're describing would be, if not literally expert goldsmith and equivalent coordination plus expert skill. I think technically
fair.
sometimes the redsmith skill works with the orichalcum. Yeah, like very fine, detailed metalworking.
Could I pay a smith to work with me to work it? I don't know how to phrase this.
I mean,
Fuck it,
yeah, you
I'll
could
just
probably
pay a
get
smith to make it.
a smith to yeah.
The ceremonial part of it we'll just have to do. Because I ain't making it with 3 coordination.
Actually, Dallas, can you give me another check
you're
for
trying to
another
make
prime elemental? Since we're in block
prime it up?
time.
So I just need to roll my alchemy check.
Yeah.
Eventually, you'll get it.
If I don't get it this 4th time, I'm gonna give up.
Expert dice is 10.
Yeah, see, Dallas
3
gets
tens.
Dallas always gets the fucking 10s. See, if I do it...
I'll roll for it. I got no.
Let's see, that's 9 dice? Hang on. Yeah, 9 plus
9
expert.
dice with 1
3
expert
nines.
dice.
Let's see my luck.
You're not casting spells. Shut up.
See, again! No 10s!
Of
Ever!
course.
I
mean, it's still a 4 stat elemental. Oh
Yeah,
no,
no.
it's 3 stat. Never mind.
I
Yeah,
mean,
no.
previous one would have been. Yeah.
No, I will
Oh, well.
release Dallas from... I will release
No,
Nicola from this...
I'll try again because I still need those. I'll just try again after we get back for the Fog Veil.
Yeah. Like I said, we're in
The
block
plan
time, so I
continues
figured... So
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
Good time
no.
to blob time.
So Omega, those my 3 9s go to making the coin for Nicola. I gave him. Has the position.
Also, you know what? No, I'm actually going to pay Enos to do this because I figure with who I'm giving this gift to, it should probably be of high quality, and he's the
Have a master
highest
do it,
quality
yeah.
goldsmith I know.
well, I have to agree to it first.
By the way,
Wait a minute,
I'm planning on giving this gift to the Winter Queen.
Winter Queen.
Ooh.
Or sorry, the Fey Queen. Warcraft invaded my brain for fucking somehow.
I mean, the Queen of the Winter Court is but that's a whole.
No,
The
basically because it's a ceremonial gesture. Because if you look at the martial path, technically it requires of you to be in service.
Are you?
So I'm planning on creating this heart.
Wait. Out of character. But if you're in service to the Fairy Queen, doesn't that mean you have to listen to her and follow her instructions?
Well, so I'm going to be writing this out. I'm not just going to give her this and be like, "This explains everything," because that'd be stupid. Basically, it's going to be because I told you it's an empty container. I'm going to fill it with a vial of my own blood. Because it's a ceremonial gesture that's saying, through my blood, I am still bound to this realm. Basically being like, hey, we still family, yo. Just letting you know that.
I'm
not binding myself to her service.
We're speaking of a creature. We're speaking of a
Yes.
creature that is not bound by necessarily mortal understanding, and can basically do things on concepts. If I am understanding
I know.
power limit correctly. So even if like honestly, the way I see that, if you send her a file of, what was this going to be, like a heart chamber? You said it was?
Yes.
With your blood, that tells me you are literally giving her your heart. Therefore, she has control of your life. Therefore, you are in service to her. Like I said, I'm mean. I know that. I am, like that. But that's how I would understand such a token. Because,
That's fair.
Like,
the
Maybe I need
heart
to workshop
is
this a
usually
little
like
bit.
symbolically kind of the symbol of like your emotions.
Yeah.
Stuff. There's probably a
Maybe
different
I
sort
need
of
to.
like,
carrier
feel
for
it.
like
Like-
a phylactery of your blood.
yeah, no.
I have a better idea.
Like,
If I
I'm
do
not-
it designed like a tree, as in like a family tree, I think that might get it better.
Okay,
Tree
yes.
branch? That might be better.
Yes, like I said, I can't tell you not to send a gift to the Fairy Queen, but let's not make it weird.
Yeah, no, you're correct. Heart is a little too much. Too much.
Yeah.
Take it back. Take it back. And we're good.
And I personally think anything involving the words "the Fairy
Wait,
Queen"
there's-
is a
there's-
bad idea. So
I do too, but I can't keep telling Dallas no.
Well, but also technically, because for this martial path, you literally have to have some connection to her to justify it.
He really wants war form.
I really want more fun. That is what this
wants to
is.
be
I
sneaky as
really
hell.
want to
I
do.
know
He
it.
has to get the teacher because he has to get a teacher that actually knows all parts of the thing.
it's
Look,
fine.
Well, that is
I will
actually
be-
there. But also because it's a racial one, you have to like be initiated through the service.
No, that's
Yeah,
what I say.
no.
I can't tell Dallas. I can't say no, Dallas. You can't do this. I just don't want us to have really weird consequences.
It's
No,
like I don't
this is why
I don't want you to entangle us in this.
This is. I'm not.
Well, I don't mind.
Maintain
I don't mind
whatever
necessarily
I-
being like out of character. I do not necessarily mind being entangled.
Also,
with Fairy Bears.
we are. Spoiler. I have already gotten you guys entangled. Well, technically, I didn't get you guys anything. It was our cousins from Ferretti that got us tangled. We're already tangled with fairy bullshit.
I mean, we also have Aethelfurs right here too.
There was some fairy shit that got
There's
in
some
there.
fairy shit.
It was,
There.
it was Nicola's letter brought you Aethelfur. But I'm man, listen, I'm just sitting back here and I'm just like,
Yeah, no, tree is definitely a better symbol, not heart. You bring up
But
good
I'm
points.
what you don't want to be pen pals with a gal I described as
An eldritch
spring in her hair, summer in her eyes, autumn in her steps, winter in her breath.
Listen, I would love to be pen pals with her, but I would like some guarantees for my safety.
No,
You want to set
wanna be
boundaries
pen pal.
first. Got it.
Yes.
Smart
No,
move.
yeah, I'm with Lucky. I'm with Lucky. Pen pals is fine. I just need to know that they know boundaries first.
That's fair.
This is why do you think? Listen, genuinely, why do you think Inos is asking about the Fairy Queen and Knight and stuff? It's like, yes. How do I interact with these?
It's funny because I did literally describe her as like a person without boundaries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She had the power to cross.
Could you maybe
establish
Could you
those
maybe-
boundaries when she has none?
Could you maybe not just like try to like ingratiate yourself like one of the fairy knights?
Here's the thing. I actually trust them. I actually trust them less than the Fairy Queen, because with an eldritch, like semi-powerful deity thing, she's not playing the politics game. She does what she wants. If I deal with the other fairies, I got to deal with politics and bullshit. I don't want to deal with fairy politics.
Like,
I can't argue that.
And honestly, like I said, and I'm gonna be real. Believe it or not, among all the fairies that we know, Nicola is closest to the Fairy Queen because he did write her a letter, and she did write a letter back in response.
Yeah.
It's like again, I will say this. I don't like this, but I can't actually think of a reason to say no.
Yeah, so it's just like
Yeah, that's why we work it out.
it's like if anything bad does happen, just let us know ahead of time.
I will.
Konrad,
I'll know.
terrible news.
Look, you,
For the
she will
Fairy
just look
Queen,
at it and go.
she
"That's
predates.
Oh, she
She
predates the
predates the
agreement.
Bane of Iron.
Oh, I'm not stupid enough to think I can actually fight that
No,
thing.
I'm saying that I assume the bug. I assume the bug. I assume the bug stick was for me.
Yes, you are getting it the moment you go war for.
Demon!
Smack it with the
He's
iron.
a werewolf!
See if it works.
Beast. Back Fey Beast.
I believe
You
Nico's
know,
actually
fair-
said that it's going to be more bird-like. I still need to workshop what the actual statue for that
it'd be
word is.
bun shit, or whatever bun shit
Yeah.
equivalent would be.
Whenever I think
Spoiler:
of Dallas
that is
having
what
a
my
plan,
ancestor was.
all I can think of is just this. Dallas just has a plan and does anything.
But yes, no, actually, yeah. Spoilers for future interactions. The Fairy Queen is not weak to iron. She's from before that shit.
Yeah.
Look, half of my plans are overwrought machinations that end up blowing in my face, and half of my plans are, I want to do that. I'm gonna do it.
And are completely half-assed and
Don't you
cause
do it.
trouble for
I'm gonna do
everybody
it.
else.
All right, okay.
And you
Before
should-
we do our block of skeins,
I bet you
Inos, you rolled all your data tacited?
Yes, I succeeded on them all.
Yes. Before I forget, I was going to write it down, but I did have plans for Logesh.
Because I was gonna
All right,
run off and take a bio break before we cycle back.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure we're all doing our stuff. So, all right, you guys type out your stuff. I will pause my audio and
Bjerp.
be right back.
All right.
I'll take the last 2 coins because Thorin's not here, so I can't give it to
Be
him.
right back.
I also will probably do this after Summer Court.
Well,
Now that I'm thinking about it, because I don't think it will go wrong. I have high hopes, because I have to be an optimist or I'd kill myself. But on the off chance something does go wrong, I want it to be after all of the important people aren't in our castle anymore, not before.
that makes sense.
I don't just want the Fairy Queen to show up in Summer Court to be like, "Hi, I'm here now."
But, oh, actually, I wonder if she sends another letter, you'll be able to read the name this time.
I don't want to read the name. Probably after I swear, I don't want to say swear service because that's like way too much committal, but like swear bromance, like, swear like we good. I don't know the term.
Swear an oath.
I think it's just
No, that's way too committal. I guess it'd be like an oath of alliance,
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
as opposed to like
an
servitude.
like an agreement.
Agreement. Agreement is a proper term.
I was gonna say something and I totally fucking forgot. What was it? Shit. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Nicola would be either the physician or the hanged man, I feel like.
Oh yeah. Also, just to make that clear, Nicola, you now have a commemorative silver coin.
Sweet.
The look explains to you how sending away works. So basically, you can use it to send messages to you. He also gave it to Alestra. They're basically one-way pagers.
Actually, technically, wouldn't I be the Hierophant?
I don't know.
Technically?
Not in our tarot.
Yeah, we have our.
No, but I know.
The whole list is there.
What is it? It's the.
Gotcha. But Hierophant is like someone who interprets mysteries
still
of the
Hierophant.
ancient world. No, I understand. I'm just saying.
I could have given you alchemist, but I'd rather give you a physician.
No,
I think we
physician
had
works better
this
for his
philosophical debate
character.
previously. I'm back by the way.
Yeah.
There's the full list.
Because while he is an alchemist, I've said this before. Nicola's passion is medicine. Nicola's like hobby is alchemy.
Well, let's see. My next major. Oh shit! I need to make the fucking knife for Don Blanche, Lady in White, Lady White.
Okay, so wait, hold on. I have a question, Omega. How long is it going to be in between Summer Court and how long is there going to be in between Summer 1 and how long are we going to have in between going to the Shadow Vale and Summer Court?
Honest.
Well, that depends on how long you're there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Will it be less than a month?
It'll be less than a month because we got to be back before.
it should be less than a month. Your
Okay,
plan
so-
is to, because you're planning for like 5 days of food. I'm imagining you're like probably planning on this whole round trip operation, probably taking like 2 weeks tops.
Yes.
How long is travel by boat?
To where?
Because we have a
That's
month
where you're
until
going.
we leave, right?
got a few weeks.
Celticy.
It's like 3 weeks to a month across.
To
across the ocean.
Celticy? That's like by boat. That's several months.
Wow.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to do that after some.
How long is the boat ride from? I guess the. That'd be like 3 months.
Well, because I at some point have to go back to the alchemical college to receive my mastery.
Well,
At some point.
Well, Dallas, I will let you know we are planning a trip to Celticy in the winter. We'll probably set out.
Hey, gonna do
Late-
that.
Has y'all seen
Have you seen the calendar? Yeah.
When did you start the calendar?
calendar?
I'll just grab it for you right now and show you.
Yes,
Like
but-
2
I have
or
been
3
dead.
weeks ago?
I have been dead for 2 weeks. So
Yes, but no, and
I think it was technically before you got sick, but I
It was
don't know if you
before
had time
that.
to
It
look
was
at
like
because
it was a
they
month, I think.
It grabbed the wrong thing.
but
It'll be dated. Anyway, if somebody got the link, hit him with
yes, no, in
got
the
it right
winter we are planning a trip to Celticy. We'll probably be leaving sometime late fall, and probably getting there sometime, the first month or second month of winter. I'm hoping to take the Sea Wolf, who is super fast and super fucking enchanted. That was make a speedy ass trip.
Gotcha. And now, for completely personal reasons, what is the distance between here and the Isles?
Which Isles?
Is this Viento?
Ciento Isles. Sorry.
Is Viento? Yeah. I mean, pretty far. If you're asking for a measurement of miles, I'll kill you. No. But
Fair enough.
no, I don't know. But it's
Days.
moderately far. I can
The
tabulate
map
a
is
decent
pinned,
distance.
so
Okay, I still need to figure out how to teleport through the Feywild.
Dallas.
Putting a pin in
sounds
that.
like a bad idea.
Dallas, if you want to do that, you include with me because I'd also want that. So like.
Sure, you should bring the markers about that.
And we also talked about that how like Betty Faye have told me that that's not a consistent way to do it because it will never be consistently on the other side ever the same place.
Yeah, but if I can be consistently
that's a
inconsistent,
slightly strict.
here's the thing: if I can be consistently inconsistent, then I can make it work.
That's not how that works.
I don't
Nicola
think
is actually. I think that is how it works.
Are
Nicola
you?
is thinking
Are
like a
you?
fae. Hit it with the stick.
Are you parfait?
So
I
I'm
need to
bonking
get in
now.
touch with my wild side.
so. He's admitting he's part fake. Get him.
I've literally
the-
never hidden this.
That was. I mean, that's what we talking about. That is known.
I've literally never hidden this.
But yeah, no. The way the country of fairy is described is that like there are geography is paralleled, but where your geography lines up with is not the same as it is in Troy Corone, and also sometimes doesn't always stay lined up. So, you know, if you go to the other side from, say, the tree in your garden, that will always end up in the same place, but traveling somewhere from the tree in your front garden to what the equivalent of fairy is that represents the Islas. I have to cross some land.
Let's see here. I will
Care
write
about crossing
Omega
guys.
notes about my will later because I do. It's gonna be interesting.
That's right. Also, I just realized I was sitting down. We didn't. I didn't get some of that recording.
Oh,
Wop wop.
wop wop.
It's okay. We were
reach
just
Inquisitors before
we
talking.
debated Nicola's teleportarium schemes again.
The teleporter.
I mean, if they're gonna get somewhere, it's not like
Teleporter.
this would be a thing that has to be hush hush, but like it wouldn't. Leslok wouldn't stop you from it. It'd be complicated in the process. But that's all.
I have two ideas, and I honestly think the Feywild is the less dangerous one, because my other idea is trying to figure out how to teleport through etheric ley lines.
No, the most
Seems
the
way
one
more
that isn't
complicated.
dangerous is to not do it at all.
Honestly, Nicola, that would require mapping out all the ley lines first.
I mean, that's what we're working on.
If you want to know where you're going, yeah. I mean, that could be hitching
That's
a
like a
ley
live
line
stream.
ride could be very interesting, but that's you're gonna have to figure that one out later.
It's like your Stolas thing that never works out for her.
Well, also she actually like dematerializes herself.
Yeah. I don't wanna
Anyway,
deal with that.
Inquisitorium.
Yeah.
Victorious.
Yes. So, I wanted to double check earlier before I stepped away. You worked on your things.
Yes, I have assembled
relic
the full
rarities.
set of the regalia of Dea Tacita. It is the black silken tabard, the black leather and bone boots. You know, I'm still not entirely sure, but I think I want to go with I forgot what it was suddenly. My brain. Lucky, how can you think so much and retain so little?
It's easy.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Cow.
Oh man, we're all in this club. Honestly, sometimes it makes it to Bego who just retain it all. Actually,
I'm not perfect either.
no, but your retention,
My problem, I feel like,
advantage.
is more of like the switching in a train yard.
I mean,
If it's all
fair.
one track, I can keep it together. But when I need to switch, like literally, I stuttered in there because I was trying to fucking talk to Lucky and also read what Loth wrote and type a reply in Discord at the same time, and I shouldn't do that.
No.
Listen, shooting and driving at the same time is hard.
I can't hold that many conversations in my brain at once. So one of them had to lockstep, but it's okay because
That's fair. I more meant it as in like the trick is you just make everything's just all the same topic. But that's how I guess I retain. it
Okay, yes,
sometimes.
it's going to be the black. It's going to be the black silk. Tabard. Fuck! I can say words. I can.
You can do it.
you said it earlier. It's fine. We got
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Tabard.
Black gloves of
Next
silk
step.
and
Gloves.
tabard, black leather boots, and a leather hood. The black leather hood. Bedecked in, they are made from superfine materials and decorated with silver and bone beads. There.
That's true.
Swag.
It is swag.
His drip immaculate.
Finally, I
Okay,
have
so
AR on my head.
it's true. You do finally. Okay, so we'll check my. Yes, this is the correct document. So, some inquisitors are coming to see Erestra Gridarvol. I presume you're going to arrange for this to be in Stonehearth because Inos wants to be present,
Yes.
and you've invited the Archbishop to come.
Yep.
Anybody else want to be at this meeting?
I feel like Nicola should be
Yep.
there, but
Nope.
Nope.
Now,
I probably should.
I at least just welcome.
Oh,
I probably
Dallas
welcome
muted,
him
huh?
showing up. Yeah.
It's late. I can't speak in.
I heard him. He said he probably shouldn't.
Oh, okay.
yeah, okay.
Sorry, Dallas.
He being smart. We're wrapping up. This is our last scene. Okay, so did I say these guys' names? I think I did.
I know one of them was the Inquisitor I met back at Weirwing Keep. I don't think I know the other two. But you did say their names, though.
yeah.
So it's Sister Fritzi, Brother Garnick, Sister Iceland Ecclesia. So you are introduced to these three Inquisitors. Sister Iceland is known to you. I think all of you at least saw her, if not spoke to her, at Weirwind Keep. Actually, did I? Hey, Smarty Pants, did you describe her visually with the way that you describe visual things with words?
I don't know, but I always got the
Or did I
impression
just-
that
I don't
she
know
was...
if Konrad
Freebot.
met her. Because Konrad didn't go into like the underground stuff. He was doing stuff above ground.
Like I said, you probably saw her, but yeah, you might not have met her. Church.
Fair.
7. Ah, yes. Okay, she does have a description. Short stature, a bit thin, auburn hair in a bun, dark brown-green eyes, a little bit of pale skin, wears a small pair of reading spectacles on a chain.
That's right, she was small and nerdy. I remember this now.
She has the dark cassock, the overcoat of a priest, but she has the silver piping of an inquisitor. She wears an inquisitorial. They have a special rosary around her neck, and she does not usually, despite being a sister, technically a nun. She does not usually wear her like headscarf covering. So yes, that's her. This time, she is still all that, but also, she, now that she's not traveling with her bodyguard, you will notice that as an Inquisitor, she is carrying not only she had a belt dagger that was concealed before. She is now like openly wearing that in the back slot, but she has a light, slim sword as well.
Well, people gotta protect themselves.
It's true. But you know, the Archbishop takes you in and introduces you all. Actually, I'm trying to remember. I think last time did Leslok want to be here for this part?
I think actually it's been there to like welcome them and then like let them go to it. So like,
All right. So you'll
I
meet them at least.
I will beat them and probably like take them to the like be part of it. I just don't think I'd be like there for the whole actual like process.
That's fair. I'm trying to remember what we said last time. So Sister
That was the general idea.
Fritzi. Actually, I can if I did not. Yes. Okay. So hold on. Let's put that right here. Sorry, we're bookkeeping a little, Chad. We're bookkeeping. Let's grab these guys. So, copy, paste. Yeah. So Sjorberg is not here. And I'll editorialize very slightly there. But you meet for the first time Sister Fritzi, Brother Garnick. And like I said, the Archbishop Cardinal Albrecht introduces them all to you, Inos and Leslok. Sister Fritzi is tall for a woman. She's kind of the opposite of Iceland. She also wears, though, her dark blonde hair in a bun. The front forelock, around the bangs area, is streaked in white. She seems to have a couple of extra scars or marks under her, simple dark clerical tunic. She's wearing, chain shirt.
Ooh.
Probably not chain leggings, but armored up. Among her various, items she's carrying with you, she has a, long boar spear.
Oh.
But it's got a pistol barrel worked into the top.
Fucking rad.
Speaking art,
And so,
speaking
like I
art
said,
taste.
the Archbishop introduces you and says, yes, good. Let's make everybody acquainted. Sister Fritzi is actually known to me, Master Inos, your lordship. She is also from the same fishing village I am from, Inisport.
Sorry, I'm just giggling about how Dallas was absolutely freaking about not wanting to go to Inisport.
It's
Yeah.
like, no, I don't want to do Inisport. And I just steepled my fingers and smiled. Guess what? It's in the law now. I made up a noun. I'm using that noun.
Also, but real fish people in our world, it's not that bad. It just means people that have the blood of the mer in them. It's not that bad.
I mean, you've also already killed fish people.
Yeah.
Fish-shaped men tried to beat the shit out of you a week ago.
And eat us. Don't forget that part.
3 weeks in real time. It's true. They would have bit you. But yeah, so he continues. Yes, she's worked in choir and other church tasks. You've come up in the world since I left your seminary. She kind of nods and says, Archbishop? Indeed, yeah. Done a little work. Strictly, I am from the Order of Inquisitorius that specializes in hunting of monstrum. She gestures with the spear. However, I am one of the Inquisitorius' most senior miracle workers currently. So I shall quiz her young ladyship about various aspects. I myself have performed healing, purification, and light. And she kind of reaches up and touches the space of her hair that's gone white. And once, when I was younger, I did rescue someone from the brink of death. I do not think I shall be recurring that miracle. Nor do I recommend it. It's very intense.
Inos, well,
But let me introduce the others.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, good.
Oh, no. If they're continuing with the introductions, I'll wait.
Yes. You're introduced to Brother Garnick. He is from Forester stock. He's from the Milieu side. A man of average height, but a broad, muscled build. Big square shoulders, kind of a square head. Keeps his hair, brown hair, kind of trimmed short. Kind of a thing. Probably wearing a big overcoat type cassock and a clerical tunic. Again, silver piping of the Inquisitorius. Despite his bulk and having a little bit of a stern face, he goes for a warm, handshake. A little bit of calloused working hands, and he kind of, nods and says, bows a little to Leslok. Your lordship, Master Inos. Young Lady Gridarvol. Brother Garnick. No need for honorifics. Kind of, rubs his nose. My part of the order is mostly handling what I would call standard rural incidents. Sort of thing you find in small, distant villages. Rogue sorcerers, monsters. Occasional things that go against doctrine. We don't like to use the big H word unless we have to.
What does mean he was used too much?
Right you are, sir. Right you are. Yes, hand over heart. From a shepherd's family. Dear unfortunate family was taken in a monstrum attack. Was taken in by the church. Happy to help him. And Sister Iceland, kind of, tips her head and says, "Pleasure to see you again, your lordship, Master Inos. To meet you for the... Actually, was Alestra with you on the trip? She was with us, wasn't
I believe so. Yes.
she? Yeah. So she would
I
say,
cannot
again.
recall.
I believe she was part of your party.
Okay.
Pleasure to see you all again. She, gestures to the sword and says, "Last time I was being escorted, but technically, while we are not a militant order, every member of the Inquisitorius is able to defend themselves." The Archbishop kind of chuckles and says, "Oh, Sister Iceland, would you give them the impression that you were in need of a full-time escort?" He kind of turns to the both of you and says, "All members of the Inquisitorius have to pass several rigorous years of testing about subjects, academical, ecclesiastical, and indeed basic self-defense. It's always a shame, I thought, that you decided to go into inquisitional departments. Sister, you would have been a fine member of the Department of Scriptures. But here we are. So, shall we begin? Any questions?"
Oh. Inos would just inquire about the process. Is it just a bunch of asking questions? Is there anything else to it?
Sister Fritzi just nods and says, we have well, calling it a standard battery would be a little inexact, but there are a series of qualifications that we are supposed to test for when it comes to miraculous occasions." She kind of, probably not like rudely, but she kind of like, gives an honest look up and down to Alestra and says, "I do not think that the young lady is appearing as a saint, but it is part of our process to begin there and slowly work our way down the list, yeah?
Okay. I see.
So we will ask about any incidences or events which could be considered miraculous, divine intervention. We can begin right now. Has perhaps the young lady experienced any divine revelations?" The answer to that is no, actually. Barring all of you had a little bit of an experience at, Mount Tron itself. The Big Rock.
Big Rock.
Yep. Big rock.
But yes, basically they'll run through the kind of like the qualifiers for sainthood, which you guys did actually, research before.
Mhm. Yes.
Alestra is young, so calling her virtuous is being generous, but she doesn't specifically live that way. She is a member of the nobility. She is a cadet branch house.
She's a good person, but that's
Technically,
different.
she is sort of performing extraordinary works because she is, performing thaumaturgy without any kind of formal coaching, until now.
Yeah.
That is considered extraordinary. She has
But she's
technically
also-
assisted you and participated in the slaying of Monstrum,
Mm-hmm.
but, that was a group effort. She has not, of course,
Yeah.
experienced any special knowledge of the divine or revelations. She is also not, like, working as a great teacher yet. The Inquisitors are nice enough to be, because, she's young, to not be like, "Oh, well, she's no great teacher." It's like, well, she's not a great teacher yet, but she doesn't appear to be, bringing forth any brand new revelations.
She's at the House of the Silver Tower, so she just...
Yeah. the one of the qualifications that usually gets you into sainthood is martyrdom, but obviously she is still alive, so
Yeah.
you can't be a martyr.
There's some people that would also like to stop that from happening, but that's not the conversation.
You're not in this part. You said you were just gonna be there for the intro, okay?
All right, I'm gonna go.
Why are we editorializing every comment? There's a bulleted list.
Yeah, no, I'm being here silent, letting them make a speak.
I assume actually that is Enos's vibe, right? Is you're just gonna look silent and cool
Yeah, I'm gonna look silent and cool and
unless
let
you
them
actually need to know something.
Yeah. I was like, I'm not here to get in their way.
um,
I'm just here to make sure that nothing weird happens.
No, it does not seem like there's anything going on there. They, kind of reference everything. They, double check, has she been handling any like saintly relics or anything? And not directly. I mean, she might describe the incident where while you guys were investigating stuff, she won't mention the fog wheel, obviously, but she would mention that, the iron rod of Gridarvol did, sidle up to her in the hallways a couple of times, but they just kind of chalked it up to like, well, you aren't blood related. That's probably normal. Sister Fritzi, of course, is a Norlon native, so she's like familiar with the concept of enchanters, but she is from the opposite corner of Norlon from the Silver Tower itself. So, this has been brought up. The Inquisitors would mention that the Order of the Silver Tower is usually self-policing. There have been a very minimal number of incidents where either the tower has called for Inquisitors to intervene because of like internal issues,
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we got some stuff going on, but it's all, our own guys, so we can't sort it out. Help us out. Get an impartial party. Or very, very rarely has like, the Marquess Logi or one of the other Norlon houses been like, hey, these fucking Silver Tower guys are really cramping our style. Inquisitors show up and are like, hey, you cramping their style? Maybe. Knock it off.
Okay.
Incense bomb. They throw a censer on the ground. Disappear in a cloud of incense. Don't do that, by the way. That sounds awful.
Yeah.
To just incense bomb on the floor. But yeah, so they run through the system, and they like I said, Inos might find it a little interesting. You even kind of, I think, said an O out loud there, that yes, their process for like double checking whereby somebody has thaumaturgy, has miracle working is, well, are you a saint? Are you telling me you're a saint? You have to tell me if you're a saint. And then it's actually entrapment, because if you say you're a saint, then they're like, no, you're not.
Banishment.
Gotcha. They fell for the old. They fell for the old. Tell me if you're a saint gambit. We get so many false saints that way.
That reminds me of some of the trials of Joan of Arc.
Yeah, the actual religious doctrine trials can be very, very annoying. Witch trials are also like just like absolutely insane, like mass hysteria behavior. All right, we're gonna throw you in a lake. If you sink, you're not a witch. You are a martyr to God. We're sorry. If you float, witch, we're gonna burn you. Only a witch could be buoyant in a burlap sack. Or, of course, the classic, we just torch you in confessing, which, of course, leads to, the classic move, more weight. We're going to pile rocks on you until you admit you're a witch. Nah, miss me with that shit. More rocks.
Cave,
no, these Inquisitors are not quite that way.
Ribs Kraken.
They seem to have a very regimented, orderly process. They are friendly enough, but like I said, Sister Fritzi is, fairly experienced. I joined her down in the Dramatis. She's like 40. She's like only a generation younger than your Archbishop. Who I believe is mid-50s. Yeah. Which again, considering life expectancy, not crazy style. But yeah, So they run through all that stuff. It doesn't appear that she's experiencing any unusual revelations or spiritual activity. She's not like showing any signs of becoming a saint or anything. She's just kind of minding her own business. She does seem like Alestra seems a little more focused, a little more like, I don't want to say driven by faith, but maybe a little more assured in faith in the bloodline and the higher powers of sorcery.
Mm-hmm.
Than some other people. Like we said, the other members of her family seem to have kind of taken a very procedural aspect to like sorcery and being like, all right, you're a Gridarvol? We're going to put you through sorcery education to see if you have magical powers. If you don't have magical powers, oh, too bad. You at least know all the basic, culture shit that all of us know. No, you are a sorcerer? Radical. Welcome to the team. But yeah, she seems a little more resolute and a little less businesslike than some of her immediate family members. Oh, hell, you want to talk about, not to disparage Nicola about it, but Nicola literally turned to a different branch of sorcery that is all about, formulaic regular power. Magic A is magic A type shit. Alchemy, if you do it properly, always works.
I feel weird for House Gridarvol considering both of their children have like gone against the family legacy.
Well, you've goopled some other stuff in there, as evidenced by the fact that like honestly, if Nicola was also, he didn't go that route, you went that route, but like if Nicola was a fucking Veiler, nobody should be surprised by his spooky ancestry either. But he wasn't. It is how it is.
Mine's more like blood tradition, weirdly enough.
Well, yeah, but that's exposure to Spookemon. But yeah, they run through the list. Like I said, Sister Fritzi does actually like, quiz Alestra on, what spells she knows basically. Because she can perform a couple of miracles. Let me actually double check what sorceries in Dragon Sorcery Alestra are supposed to be done. I did, by the way, already jot down because we're in Blob time. I did jot down the monthly plans you had, Inos.
All right. When we get back from the fog veil, I'll probably have finalized what spells to teach them.
But Alestra's count I've already written down for her: Mend the Soul and Soul of Light.
Yeah.
And for Aurelia, I wrote down Soul of Night. But yeah, let's see. She knows. Yeah, Hallowed Ground, Illumination, Lay on Hand, Sanctifying Places, Healing, Light. And then Alestra will probably like signal to you, like, should she mention that she basically made a new spell?
No, none of the. Well, I'm. Sister Iceland seems perfectly fine with Inos. Do the other two seem leery of Inos in any sort of way? Like his unwholesome might have procced on them?
Well, let's try. Let's check. Unfortunately, these guys probably do have some pretty good eerie. Did I want to return these guys some stats? Let's see. Let's do. That's Forrest. That's Sister Fritzy.
6s.
Hey, you're gonna next year use P point.
That's true.
Unfortunately, yeah, no. Garnick has a bigger pool.
So I have set them off.
Yeah, they're not like openly mistrustful or anything. They participate in the process. They introduce themselves, and like I said, Garnick clearly tried to be friendly despite his misgivings, but they are like career inquisitors, and Inos, the attuned sorcerer, shows up in the relics of Dea Tacita. They're kind of like, that guy's putting off some vibes, man. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it's kindred though. So
No. Inos will give Alestra the tiny nod. It's all like, they maybe seem a little leery, and so hiding things now may not be the best. I was advised to be honest.
It's true. But yes, no. So she'll describe the effects of true seeing, which is basically just like, yeah. So I tried to use my light, my solar magic, to replicate the fact that my my teacher and my fellow my family members who are attuned sorcerers and stuff can see in the dark. And so I came up with this. And then her eyes glow with the light of the sun. And they're just like, that's pretty neat. We're probably going to have to, not as an inquisitorial thing, we're probably going to have to send some other of our specialists in miracles later to see if we can figure out how that one works, if that's mass producible. Or we'll worry about that later.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that does kind of, like I said, Fritzy kind of gets in the mood, maybe even trades a couple of jokes to like, well, maybe you will be a great teacher one day, your ladyship. But, kind of concludes the investigation as just like, but we've examined, she shows signs of, she is in fact practicing miracle working. That is dragon sorcery. I do not see anybody engaging in heretical means here. I will say it is a... Sister Fritzy kind of mulls over her words and says, interesting concentration of sorcery you have here. She, nods to you, Inos. She gestures to probably whatever door or secret passage Leslok used to leave this scene. If he jumped off a balcony, no, he wouldn't. Stormhouse not even that high up anyway. He's an attuned veiler, so like I said, these guys have Eerie. They noticed.
I don't have confoundation yet.
Yeah. But like they're like, the Marquess is a veiler, which I believe he got from his mother, and the Gridarvol boy is the older Gridarvol is, I believe, a trained alchemist. You only need to acquire a few more sorcerers around here before you have a complete set.
I guess it just means Logesh should pick up Summoncraft and Konrad picks up Stoneheart, and we got the full set.
Konrad's not going to pay. You keep saying Konrad should pick up Stoneheart because it's body based. He's not going to do that. If we're lucky, Konrad might. I could see, because it would still be coordination based. I could see Konrad maybe picking up Prima Aqua if he wants to do cool water wizard things.
I go that way. We'll see.
Because there's more than just the prognostication abilities in there. You can throw water at people and stuff, but there might be some other things he's interested in. I know he's still planning.
That's like,
I know I've voiced one of my interests. So.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember this. I
don't know if Logesh is. He talked about learning whatever the lictors are doing. I have mentioned that there is probably a sorcery that's anti-sorcery.
He bought anti-magic, yeah.
The sorcery that kills sorceries. I don't know if Logesh is ever going to pick up sorcery and what it would look like.
Law magic.
But no,
sorry, I was fucking muted and I was talking to the void.
Hell yeah, you were.
Yeah.
I muted because a goddamn helicopter went overhead. I'm like, well, better mute up for that.
No, but Inos will, Inos will just kind of smile and just say, and just, mentions, it is quite strange, but, mention it is quite strange, but fate works in mysterious ways.
As of the prophecy. No.
It's just an electric guitar lick whenever you say the prophecy. But yes, no. So yeah, there's well, we are not here to inquire further into anyone else, but it seems process is in full. She is demonstrating miracle working. She is not a saint. I cannot say if she would be a saint later, but as I said, she is not sanctified, doing anything that fits our definition of saint now. Not that we were claiming, but if we're future thinking, we should leave you to grow your talents. Sister Fritzy kind of pauses, leans against her her spear, using it as kind of a walking stick sometimes, and says, normally I would like to. ask you if you would like to join the church. Yes, her spear gun, her gun that is a spear. But yes, she turns to Leslok and says, "Normally, I would like to ask if you would be joining us in service to the church, but obviously, I understand that it is the nature of our oaths to set aside lineage and inheritance, among other things, which obviously cause complications for your house. So we will merely hope that you can continue to make efforts that are in the way of the King of the Lord of the Sun, and the Church of the Seven Thrones, and be on their way." Probably we drop a line to the Marquess later, which is just like, "Hey, if you ever have rogue sorcerers, monstrum, or general heretical activities, don't be afraid to call your Inquisition. That's 1-800-INQUISITION.
I thought we weren't playing anything 40k related yet.
No, those people are those are we don't trust.
You don't want that
call
Inquisition.
1-800-INQUISITION.
They find you.
1-800-INQUISITION calls you.
What do you mean
You
calls?
call-
What do you mean
collect-
calls? They just
collect
show up on
call.
your doorstep. Hello.
And they said they called, but they did not.
You are receiving a collect call from the God Emperor of Mankind's Most Holy Inquisition. You will accept the charges.
The Bird Witch.
But if the questioning is basically done,
Yes.
well, shit, I don't want to basically just send them home after this. They traveled all this way. We need to show them some fucking hospitality.
Yeah, let's at least get you a meal and maybe like someone nice to be.
Could the... I won't, like, say this out loud, but could the Archbishop maybe, what's the word I want to say? I don't want to say board them for a time, but give them, like, a
He
few...
can offer them hospitality.
Yeah.
They are in his parish, yes. It
Yeah.
would be among his duties.
Yeah, that's what
like,
You're taking a
he'd express just kind of... Like, if Inos just went to casually, do that classic trick of just like, "Oh, well, you've come all this way," the Archbishop can, be like, "Do not worry about it, Master of Ceremonies. It is among the many, many duties of your Archbishop," kind of smiles, to put up any member of the church who is traveling. I'm sure we can find some place in the parish, and hopefully the cathedral in Brinton will suit you fine. I would like to catch up with some of you.
Okay, good. I do not want to have them just come here and just send them, like, immediately back out, like, bye. That seems so rude.
The cathedral. The cathedral.
That does seem rude, but yes, that is their kind of like. They are the Inquisitors, so that is their kind of thing. Like they're ready to hair off at a moment's notice.
Well,
Those
but
are
they don't
formal
need to. They
visits,
don't need
they're
to hair
not
off on a
like
moment's notice. And I would like a moment to talk to Sister Island because, like I said, she was doing work on cataloging saints and their relics. So I was hoping that she might know a little bit about the Chalice Knights, or at least point me to some resources there. She was very good earlier.
Yeah, she can probably point you to some resources. She doesn't. We can speed this conversation a little because it's 1 a.m. She doesn't know any new information about the Chalice Knights than what you've already gotten from Sister Mercedes' summary.
Mm-hmm.
But she definitely can point you to basically like the sort of like historical or relic based orders who track these kinds of things. There are orders or divisions within the church who like basically their entire deal is that they're supposed to still be looking for the chalice. It is a very important holy relic. They're a little understaffed and underfunded. Like Mercedes wrote you, there are some members of the church who are just like a magical cup full of God's blood. That sounds weird. We should not be encouraging drinking God's blood.
Not been tested.
If I know Sister Mercedes might be making some inquiries, but if Sister Island could put me in touch with some of those, Enos would probably like to talk to speak with them. Hell, Enos would probably even talk about how Yeah, he'd mention it. She probably like. It's not illegal for Inos to own the Chalice Knight's blade. It was given to him. Well, no, it wasn't given to him. He bought it.
You
off
bought
the
it.
guy. I bought it off the guy it was given to.
Well, definitely, you legally obtained it from the guy who was given as a gift.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think there would be a specific moratorium on trading it. Like it might be a little gauche to say you bought it, but
I
you
will not
traded
say I
something of
bought it.
equal value for it.
I will not say I bought it. I'm not going to say I bought what can be considered a holy relic.
But you did
I
not
illegally obtained
acquire through illegal means.
No.
Remember, you guys that was the syndicate was literally a ring of illegal antiquities and artifacts. Like you did not do any of the shit they did. You legally transported this from where it was recovered. And,
Besides, the original owner could just call it back anytime she wishes.
It's true.
Don't mention that.
Okay,
Don't mention that part. You
Yeah.
don't know if the Inquisition knows that Sister Mercedes is studying name magic.
Also, I definitely wouldn't have not told you the people that part.
That's fair. That's fair. I also don't know. Yeah, I don't know how weird name magic looks around sometimes.
I mean,
like
you don't
the kind of boring
necessarily
legal
to tell them that that she said she could just call it back. It's you guys all saw her call it to her.
Yeah. She also mentioned it in a letter.
Well, yeah, that was recent, but that's what he's saying. He hasn't told you that part.
Yeah. Sure.
But no, you all saw her cast the activate the summoning of Bound Blade. You also saw her completely whiff Call Lightning. Well, that's an intensity 5 spell. That fucker sucks.
It happened.
Tough. So I think it's literally the Order of the Veil. There is a sorceress ordo based in Forester that is about keeping track and training Veilers for spiritual purposes. They probably do have some Veilers who actually qualify for the Inquisitorius, but they're probably scattered out there. Usually, the way sorcery is relegated is that in ye ancient times, an order was approved and established to practice it, and they still, if that sorcery still exists, they still govern it now. That even works for sorceries from places which are defunct. The Order of the Stone Heart still exists. It's the only normal source for learning Stone Heart sorcery out there now. The problem is I don't know. I don't know what an order of summoners would be called. The Order of the True Name sounds very intimidating and spooky. So I don't know if those guys exist anymore. But yeah, there's a usually seems like a core a sanctioned clerical order, sorceress order that handles these things, and some of them may have percolated into the Inquisition.
Okay.
The Inquisition's primary role is to identify things which go against the 7 books, whether that's monstrum attacks are threatening the people that's not supposed to be happening, people are fucking around with stuff with the Veil, the Immaterium, or other stuff. Otherwise, generally going against kind of religious doctrines and festivals and honoring all the gods. And yes, unlicensed sorcery gallivanting around because sorcery is not a toy. Do not mention to the Inquisition you or Nicola's plans to, casually jaunt across the Veil to get places.
It won't be a casual jaunt. That would be very unbecoming.
Heresy.
Hey,
it's
don't
not
use that word
strictly
don't use the word
heretical,
lightly.
but I think they would have very judgmental opinions about, once again, sorcery is not a toy. They would be like, okay, listen, just because you're allowed to cross the Veil, bud, doesn't mean you're supposed to, okay?
I don't
I'm
think
pretty sure it
it's
says
more-
in the Septa script you're not supposed to go across the veil. The veil's there for a reason.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh,
You're
is
not
that
supposed to be
before
breaking it anyway.
Yeah. It's definitely my least heretical idea.
It's true. It is so far your least heretical idea. Honestly, the
It's not just
the
a
ley
dangerous
line thing is
idea.
probably your least heretical, but that's just because the church
That
hasn't widely accepted the ley line theory.
That was
Much
just
better than
dangerous to
Split
yourself.
Yes, that was
Just
bad.
that's just very dangerous to yourself.
Anyway,
that was gonna cost you permanent wound boxes and shit.
Anyway, Inos will spend some
Inquisition,
time
good.
chatting with Sister Island. Letting her know about his interest in looking for the Chalice and the Chalice Knights, as well. There's some history there, and unfortunately, Inos is a curious bitch. He will not use those exact words, but he will be a little. What's the word? What's the word I want to use? Poking fun of himself.
Yeah.
At it. And ask if it's
Sorry, I
okay.
just had a straight. But I was like, I wonder what Enos's cool Knight of the Chalice power would be.
The Knight of Beauty.
No, it would probably. It would probably be something akin to the fact of make people lose the will to fight or something like that. Whether it be man, beast, or monstrum.
Could work.
The Knight of Corian.
But Inos will speak to Sister Iceland for some time, ask if he could maybe write to her if anything else comes up. He does not have a lot of contacts in the church, so he would appreciate it.
Yes, she'll tell you that she can receive your letters. She does warn you that as a member of the Inquisitorius, there may be times when she is on mission work where because you'll be sending it to her care of the Ordos Inquisitorios, whatever their inquisitorial fortress is called or something. I don't think I've actually named that. I don't remember where they're probably based somewhere in Tridacine, but I don't think I named their specific building. But yeah, they have a cool building somewhere that probably has a cool, sick-ass name.
Pretty sure you mentioned which hill they were based on, but not their actual headquarters.
Yeah, I do not remember.
There's a lot of hills.
But yes,
Yeah.
I would like to make Sister Eileen my pen pal. So. But other than that, no, I'll let them get to it. I will rest easy knowing that the Inquisition has cleared Astra, and we don't have to worry about that anymore. We probably really didn't have to worry about that war, but I don't like leaving things unresolved.
You wanted to get out in front of it in an official process,
Yes.
or it became an unofficial process.
Yes.
Or it became official process 2, Witch Hunt. My favorite sequel.
Well, yeah, if they got word of
I think
Lestra
that's
doing
about it.
miracle work, they probably would have sent out someone. They probably would have been maybe a smidge less friendly about it.
Yeah, they seem to have picked individuals who would
And
not
the bonk.
offend your Archbishop or your Marquess, but could ask questions that need to be asked and, solve some stuff.
Yeah.
As opposed to, Enos probably doesn't want to think what would have been like if the Witchfinder General came down here.
Well, unfortunately,
If I had
that's
to
when
talk
the
in this
Witchfinder and
list.
General Mir are going to be standing up with our fucking stands manifesting behind us while this goes on.
God, I'm gonna have to. It's a good thing I learned, Kai. It's a good thing I learned. It's a really good thing. I learned Cronus Kairos because you might want Sense 5 Enos for that.
That's a very funny one. Hey, also, speaking of inventing spells, I did that thing. You talked about swapping senses, and I was like, I found a really funny turn of phrase in
I
Greek.
probably gotta use that, then give it to why am I blanking his name? My fucking Cavalier.
Everhelm?
Oh, yeah,
Everhelm?
Everhelm.
Yeah.
I'd give it to Everhelm, so you gotta be Sense 5, always Sense 3.
Bruno Bucciarati. Okay, all right. I think that's the sesh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Enos gets his extra point for his problem. They did proc. Those guys did have big eerie pools. Thanks you for reminding me, by the way. I meant to roll earlier, but I didn't because I was talking about stuff. Yeah. Everybody showed up and everybody was in characters. Everybody gets 2. I don't think anybody finished any missions because it was mostly just exposition and planning.
I don't have one right now.
Nope.
Well, you get time to
Won't
think
finish
about
mine
it.
till
'Cause
summer
next,
2.
next plan is Fogvale. Go.
A go.
I'm gonna go try to make a. I'm gonna try to make a good
Fogvale.
impression of the people of the Fog Valley.
Electric
Valley.
Boogaloo.
Go gadget Fogvale.
So any EXP spends you want to do that are related to that, do them. If there's any, like I said, I already mentioned it, but any special equipment you want to make sure you bring, think about it. Don't, at least put some thought into it. So when I ask, hey, what are you wearing in this fucking thunderstorm? You've got something.
Oh, that does remind me. I did roll to make the obsidian knife earlier, and I got 4s on it. Would that be good enough to trade for the glass knife?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
You made it.
Rad.
Yeah, so you've got a green glass dagger. That's just wit and killing,
Cool.
but it's green glass. It's not made of iron. It's very weird. Like I said, the way green glass looks is very similar to malachite stuff from Elder Scrolls. It's like literally like it's not like translucent like colored glass, but it's literally like the like texture and like color scale of a green glassy mineral, but it's at least as hard as iron. So not as hard as steel, but at least as hard as iron. It keeps an edge. And it's probably, the weight is probably about the same as the obsidian dagger, because it's like, it feels like a glass or a stone.
Okay. Interesting.
The world you are in is weirder than you know. Also, yes, I think that mission's fine. Okay, so I think that's everything for me. So, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. We're going to call the session here. Like and the comment and the subscribing. Good night.
Yippee.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.